Shaida. Shaida. Shaida.
Yes, Advocate.
Can you answer your phone, please?
Excuse me?
Can you answer your phone?
Oh, I'm on the meeting on my phone. Sorry, that's why I don't hear it, because it's on silent. I will answer now if you phone.
Yeah, can you send the guide to that group? It's not there.
I sent it while we're at the meeting. I will resend it, Advocate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Advocate?
Yeah, you can switch off your mic.
My mic is on. My video is on.
No, switch off your mic, please.
Okay.
House Chair, we now proceed. We have a quorum.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Honorable delegates, afternoon. Before
Afternoon.
Thank you.
Afternoon, House Chair.
Thank you. Afternoon. Delegates, before we proceed, I would like to make the following announcement. The virtual sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. Delegates in the virtual sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. For purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged on to the virtual platform shall be considered present. Delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. Delegates should ensure that the microphone on the gadgets are muted and must always remain muted. Can I repeat this one? Delegates should ensure that the microphone on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. All delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. The interpretation facility is active. All delegates are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Honorable delegates, in accordance with the Council Rule 229 subsection 1, there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the ministers from the governance cluster, especially the minister in the presidency, the minister in the presidency for planning, monitoring and evaluation, the minister in the presidency for women, youth and persons with disabilities, permanent delegates, MECs, all special delegates and SALGA representatives to the House. Further, I would like to remind delegates that in terms of Rule 229 of the Council rules, the time for reply by ministers to a question is strictly 5 minutes. Only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. A member who has asked the initial question will be the first to be afforded the opportunity to ask a supplementary question. The time for asking a supplementary question is 2 minutes. The time for reply to a supplementary question is 4 minutes. The supplementary question must emanate from the initial question. Supplementary question must emanate from the initial question. As we'll be starting with the minister in the presidency, I would like now to call the minister in the presidency for planning, monitoring, and evaluation to respond to question number 153 asked by Honorable Khai. Honorable Minister. Can the minister kindly unmute and respond to question 153 asked by Honorable Khai?
Does it seem like she's on the platform, Honorable House Chairperson?
Can advocate assist to check the minister? Thanks, Honorable Khai.
Indeed, as chair, we still assisting the minister.
Okay. You let me know, advocate.
Chairperson?
Yes.
No, the economic freedom fighters can respond as the government in waiting. In the meantime, we don't have a problem. We're available.
Unfortunately,
No,
we are not. Unfortunately, we are not part. Yeah, you are.
freedom
Unfortunately,
fighters. Wait, guys, we are still in charge. Is the ANC here? We are still in charge. Wait, just a little bit.
Don't be hurried. Don't be hurried, Honorable.
order members.
Honorable Nyambi,
Yes.
greetings. Maybe Honorable Nyambi, since the minister still has challenges with the network, can we move to the next one? Because like we don't have the whole.
Honorable members,
House
advocate. Yes. Yes.
Honorable Chairperson. Honorable
Advocate.
Chairperson.
Yes, we must proceed. The minister is available now.
Okay, let me take this opportunity to once again welcome the minister, and I've already indicated that the response to the original question is strictly 5 minutes. Supplementary questions, 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question, and a member who has asked the initial question will be the first to be afforded an opportunity to ask the supplementary question. The time for asking supplementary question is strictly 2 minutes. Once again, Honorable Minister, you are welcome in the National Council of Provinces. The first question that we expect to deal with is question number 153 asked by Honorable Khai. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the session. And let me apologize that it took me 10 minutes to be able to come through. I apologize to the honorable members. It was not that I did not plan to respond. Let me take this opportunity, of course, to thank Honorable Khai for this question. In our view as DPME, we definitely do have plans, and we have introduced the following plans in order to speak to the question that Honorable Khai has asked us. We are doing the following. We've introduced the policy framework for the integrated planning to strengthen the planning system, to improve the harmonization of planning across spheres of government, and to ensure that all plans are more effective and they definitely contribute to development of any results that we want to see. We have also put in place and introduced systems that would be able to improve the quality and content of institutional planning. And for example, the strategic plans and annual performance plans, we have introduced systems that better speak to this particular plans that we have. And we are making sure that at least we do meet from time to time to be able to ensure that the planning process of the annual performance plans do become more aligned from the national to the provincial departments and all the other public entities. We have been able to do this currently. And if you may recall, Chairperson, we have also written to Parliament and to Ncop to ensure that at least all the annual performance plans of all the departments would then now be able to follow what we had put in place. The DPME continues to lead a variety of interventions, as I've already said, to ensure that all these plans that we're talking about are not just aligned to the circulars that you have taken out, but they are also aligned to the medium-term strategic framework and economic reconstruction and recovery plan, led, of course, by the NDP. The alignment of this planning also include the planning and budgeting systems, which are very critical area of focus, because if we don't align this planning and budgeting system, we would find ourselves coming back to a situation where budgets are being taken back or votes are being taken back because budgets were not fully utilized. We are doing this working, of course, with the National Treasury and ensuring that whatever it is that is annual budget prioritization is then aligned to the framework that we have put in place together with National Treasury to guide departments as well as provinces. Independent research has shown that there is considerable alignment between the two. However, further work is required to further streamline planning and budgeting processes, as we see that improvement is there, but it is not where we want it. The DPME will continue to work, of course, with stakeholders on intervention to shift from the current situation of planning for audit towards the planning for results, because we shouldn't only just plan so that we can pass audit, but we should do it to be able to change lives and be able to speak to what our masses needs on the ground. Thank you, Chairperson of the session.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is from Honorable Khai. Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Greetings to you. Honorable Minister, I thank you for the response to the question. My follow-up question is whether the DPME has a capacity and system to monitor that national, provincial, and local government comply with this approach to planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khai. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister
Chair.
is muted.
Order, House Chair.
Honorable House Chair.
Thanks, House Chair. I didn't want to disturb the minister, but can the minister show the photo on the screen? Her photo on the screen, please, as we're being agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, Is she back?
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are unmuted. Thanks for the
Okay.
feedback.
Thank you very much. My apologies for not putting the video before. Honorable Chairperson, yes, definitely we have been able to do what Honorable Khai has said. If you can just listen to what I said, we have introduced new systems that we have put in place and that we have also applied in the recent planning cycle that we have put in place. We've also been able to do that with the National Planning Commission as they look at the whole broader planning systems of the country. We have been able to do that by first making sure that we make an analysis of the strength of our planning systems and machinery. And upon doing that, then we've been able to realize that how we've been doing things does not necessarily speak to each other. It is for this reason that we work directly with departments, but we don't only speak to the DGs, we also put out circulars that go directly to the minister so that the ministers can be aware if their departments are doing what they are supposed to do. But we also communicate our circulars to make sure that we align what we're doing as government with the accounting legislative institutions such as Parliament and Ncop. So that would be my answer for this particular question, the follow-up. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Browjens. Honorable Browjens. Honorable Browjens.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. If you can just bear with me for 1 second, please. House Chairperson, most community stations experience financial difficulties. They are faced by community level media broadcasters who are subject to expensive service fees from signal distributors Centec and tax obligations. Furthermore, challenge contributors to the unwillingness of businesses to advertise on community broadcasting platforms. How will the Minister address these specific challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Browjens. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I think that was supposed to have been maybe for my colleague, Minister Kumbuzo Nchaveni, who deals with the issues of broadcasting and community radio stations. I will take the question to her so that her response can then now be, I'm sure she's listening if she is here, so that she can then now give a better result to the question that has been asked. I don't think that it was meant for me because I don't deal with broadcasting. I only deal with coordination of government and performance of different departments. I'm the Minister of DPME and not responsible for the other important issues that deals with what the Honourable member of Parliament has just asked. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our team is crying at the wrong funeral.
No. Order, members. The next follow-up question is from Honorable Dutoy. Honorable Dutoy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I don't have very good reception. Excuse my video. Honorable Minister, according to parliament.gov.za, and I'm quoting, the NEP sets out ambitious goals for poverty reduction, economic growth and economic transformation and job creation. And the private sector has a major role to play in achieving these objectives. Long-term planning and investment in the future is just as important for the private sector as for the public sector, close quote. Now, Minister, it seems as if it's up to the private sector to initiate and ensure the growth in South Africa, with government aiming to take the glory. Now, the question, Minister, does the Minister agree that less government interference by means of regulations and race-based laws are needed to stimulate growth and ensure spontaneous job creation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dutoy. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dutoy. And I am much excited, of course, about this follow-up question, because it is one of the things that are close to my heart, and it's one of the things that in my when I started and I had a talk with my principal, he did mention that this is one of the things that we really need to look at. One of the things that we have to do, and we are definitely working on now through different institutions and platforms, is that we are doing our best to ensure that regulations that prohibit business from playing a meaningful role in building our country, including creating jobs, has to be dealt away with. And we're doing this precisely because we have seen that there is no coherent institutions that are put in place currently. Whereas when you move from one, let me say, for example, you are in energy. If you have to move from the Department of Energy, then you still have to go to the Department of Electricity, then go to another department as well to be able to do the issues that you want to do. So we want to push the fact that what DTIC has put in place currently to ensure that at least there's a one-stop center for issues such as investment. We also bring it forward to say that let us take that particular framework so that a person can know that if I want to do something, I go to one place, then everybody else will then now be able to pull through coordination from DPME. So definitely we are working on a framework and a toolkit to ensure that business does be able to be assisted to cut all these regulations. The president have already put in place at the current moment with the people that we are working with, who are dealing with these issues that you are talking about of over-regulations and red tapes. And the person that has been appointed to do that has been able to identify some of the key challenges that have also allowed us to be able to come up with solutions. But him and his team are also able to directly deal with these issues together with different businesses. Maybe what we need to do is to communicate more where businesses and the private sector can be able to get assistance as it relates to this, so that we can unlock some of these unnecessary regulations that are creating red tapes to not allow our people who are business people, whom we rely on and we take as part of our partners, our very important partners, from playing a meaningful role in assisting us to be able to achieve the goals that we have. So we are also open to more suggestions and recommendations, and we will definitely be doing that through the public and private initiative growth that the president has initiated by where we are representing government as DPME with different sectors of government, of private sector, where we usually come together to speak to these issues that are creating red tapes from our people from being able to do what they need to do. So that's my answer for now. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Makwala.
Yes, Chairperson.
It's your turn for your fourth follow-up question, Honorable Makwala.
Is it already me?
Yes.
Okay, just give me a second, Chairperson.
Yes, Kuala.
When the leaders questions are for Minister, why the chairperson, Hlengani Matebula, appointed with such a with huge allegations by SARS and suspended by mutual agreement? as that alone should have been a sign that this board will fail this much. As its leader is a corrupt person. Even Section 5, subsection G of the MDDA stipulates that no person may be appointed as a member of the board of MMD who has, as a result of improper conduct, but still the man was appointed. What is the plan of the minister in terms of this board? Why has this board not been dissolved and a new board appointed? Thank you, Chair.
Wrong funeral.
What happened to your video? Honorable Minister.
Honorable House Chair.
Yes,
I'm a little bit concerned because it looks like the follow-up questions that have been asked are actually not necessarily for my department. However, what we will definitely do is that we will follow up because we deal with performance, but we also deal with the evaluation of different departments. We will follow up on what the honorable member has asked us, because that is a question that would have been for another minister. We will follow up and try to ensure that the minister does give us the answers to those questions, because we can only be able to give account to what our department is responsible for. At this current moment, we are not responsible for any board appointment, nor vetting of any members of the board. However, as I've already said, this is a serious allegation that we will definitely follow up and do our best to ensure that we encourage the minister to be able to, the minister responsible to be able to come and give an answer to this. But we would also like to ask the members to maybe ask questions that are relevant to our department and take the questions for other departments to the relevant ministers, so that we don't have to always maybe work as a post office, but we don't mind. We'll definitely be able to forward this question, and I'm very sure that the minister will give a relevant answer to this. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members.
Chairperson.
Let me take Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff first. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I think we must just inform the members on the platform that it is PME and not communications that's being discussed first. I am of the opinion that not everyone is aware that this minister has asked that she be asked the questions first, because the order paper reads communications first. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Boshoff. I did indicate when we started that one, we are dealing with Minister Ramakgopa. And you are correct, Honorable Boshoff, by emphasizing the correction for honorable members to understand. The third thing is that I've even indicated that a follow-up question at all times should be linked to the original question. And members on the platform should please try to make sure that they follow the response by the minister so that they are able to make the necessary correct follow-up. The last issue that is important is that we indicated that it will be good for members to be ready and open their video as part of the rules, not unless a member is in a space where it's impossible because of network connectivity, and that will be an exception that can be granted. But for now, we're still in order, not unless there's any other thing. But over and above, let's go to question 166, asked by Honorable Browden-Seth. Honorable Browden-Seth, Honorable Minister, we are responding to question 166, asked by Honorable Browden-Seth. Honorable Minister.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, of course, honorable members, for this question as well. In our view, yes, progress has been made in the institutionalization of evidence-based integrated planning, monitoring and evaluation system by the DPME, of course. And at the current moment, we are still busy with finalizing, and it's going through a number of processes. The integrated planning framework bill that we've put in place. What we can then now just say at the current moment, we are saying that we have then now been able to at least at the moment put in place about 756 what do you call them, recommendation as asked, and those that don't necessarily need much in terms of outcome, we can say that 100% of them we have at least been able to receive information in terms of how far they are, and they are at least in progress. However, because of some challenges of COVID-19, we've also realized that some of the recommendation that we've given to different departments haven't been able to yield the fruits that we may have wanted them to yield, precisely because they've been budget cuts, and some of the positions that were in place have also been cut. So we are trying to assist those particular departments and institutions and entities to be able to utilize the little they have, so that they can then now show that are actually implemented. So that is our answer.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is from Honorable Presidency. Honorable Presidency.
Thank you, Chairperson. And earlier, I was a bit taken off guard, and I meant no disrespect by not turning on my camera. I do apologize to you in the House, but let's move forward. Minister, your answer is that 756 recommendations were made, but effectively you said that none of them have actually been implemented. They're in progress of being implemented. So it would appear that you preside over a department with public servants that are with good intentions. But if I quote Peter Drucker, plans are only good intentions unless they immediately degenerate into hard work. Minister, this is your problem. For all the work your department may or may not do, you answer that your client departments lack the political will or imagination to implement any of your ideas. As you clearly have a direct line to the presidency, when will you initiate legislation that compels, on threat of removal from the cabinet or sanctions for DGs, departments to do the hard work and make the good intentions of your department a reality? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Presidency. Honorable Minister.
Let me just try to do this. Okay, maybe I needed to just clarify what I said. We're saying that 100% of those that are focused on process and activities are fully implemented. However, the ones that are on outcome level, they are going to take time and they are still in process. However, I agree with the honorable member. It is for this reason that I have said that we have put in place now the process. It has been in process. We've found it there anyway, and it's almost at the level of being finalized. The bill that would be able to give us at least a leeway of saying that if we do monitor and evaluate and we come with recommendation and they are not done, what would then now be the consequences of such? And if maybe we must be able to intervene in any other way, how do we then now intervene in such a way that it would be done in a coordinated way? But just to answer you again, we have also taken a process of supporting, and this process has been put in place by the President, of looking at different priorities that we do believe that are speaks to some of the recommendations that we have made. And the President and the Deputy President, supported by ourselves, sat down, let me say, with different ministers recently to look at those priorities that we believe that were supposed to have been far and they are not where they are supposed to be. And we have given them now 6 months again after meeting with them to get their explanation. They will come back again where we would ourselves have been able to monitor and evaluate if they are doing their work and be able to work with them and take them through the process of ensuring that they meet those particular targets. And this, I think, would then now, at the end of the day, allow us to develop a better toolkit, like the honorable member has been saying, to be able to advise the president in terms of the performance of different departments, including ministers. If what they are doing is assisting us, if it is not assisting us, how do we intervene? If we intervene and still nothing changes, then what are then now the mitigating processes that we should put in place to be able to assist the president to make a better decision as it relates to the people that he deploys in different departments to be able to do the delegation that he has done. So there are systems that are already in place. They will be more legislated, of course, as time goes on, but the frameworks and toolkits are being developed and those ones will be implemented as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Lutuli.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to show my face so that you'll see that I'm not a robot. And if permitted, can I switch my video off? Chairperson?
Permission granted.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. No, ngibingelele ikakhulukazi kumphathiswa mnyango and ngiyamuzwa umphathiswa mnyango ukuthi ukhuluma ngama-systems akhona in place, and she also speaks ukuthi i-COVID iphazamisile ukuthi amanye awama-recommendation a-implementwe. But asikwazi ukuba nama-system ahlezi mphathiswa mnyango kodwa angasetshenziswa. Mhlawumbe umbuzo umuntu asawubuza ukuthi la ama-recommendation ayedinga ukuthi enziwe noma umuntu engekho in person ngesikhathi se-COVID a-implementwe, noma ngabe nga-implementiwe, yinto esiyenziwe ukuthi laba wakufanele bawa-implemente baba-held accountable for unga-implemente, ngoba phela uma i-recommendation ibekiwe kusuke kukhona into ephoqayo ukuthi enzani u-1 no-2, so uma beningasakwenzi yikuphi kosekwenziwe kulaba abakhombisa ukuthi bayafeyila ukwenza umsebenzi wabo. Ngibonge kakhulu. Sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Minister.
As I've already said, Honorable Chairperson of the session, and thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that follow-up question. We have said that we are now intervening because we've realized, as I already said, that it's not that people didn't do what they were supposed to do, but there were positions that were actually made redundant because there had to be budget cuts that removed people and cut staff members. So we ended up having people that were in particular positions but are no longer there. So we have put in place now systems that will be able to assist those departments who don't have those people that are responsible anymore because of the budget cuts, to be able to implement some of those things that are needed, even with the little stuff that they have. Then we have to then now see what we prioritize more, so that if we only have one person having to deal with people with a job of 5 people, how do we prioritize those that are more important? So that's what we are doing. Unfortunately, yes, we work through systems. Our service delivery is systems. It's unlike other departments that have got products. So our outcome will always remain on systems that we put in place. So the intervention that we've made now is to put in those systems that will be able to support those departments that are struggling because they are now short-staffed as a result of budget cuts that have been put in place. So that's what we are doing. We will definitely come back to report on where we are and how far we are in terms of the interventions that we have put in place to be able to assist those particular departments. We have also gone out to speak to private sector to also come on board, and we continuously go out there through the PP IG to be able to say that come on board those that have got the skills that we need, and let us see what we can do. For example, I've just given an example about the person that the president has appointed to deal with issues of regulations that are stopping business from doing what they are supposed to do. And those people are people that are coming from private sector who says, I'm available, I can come and assist. So we are putting those systems in place. Yes, we haven't been ourselves too long in the system, but of course we have to account for even things that happened before us. As I've already said, and unfortunately or fortunately, our service delivery is systems. And that's the only thing, the only toolkit that we have to be able to do what we are supposed to do. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honorable Khai. Honorable Khai.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, are there any recommendations that the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation has made in the institutionalization of the building of an evidence-based integrated planning, monitoring and assessment of the impact of government programs and in the public service, making progress in building evidence-based integrated planning, monitoring and evaluation system? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Khai. Honorable Minister.
Okay, I'll just show that it's me here, and I will then now copy from the other so that I see what I wrote. We have definitely been able to do that. At the moment, we have been able to put in place an assessment of draft strategic plans and APPs that we have spoken to. And we have then now been able to ensure that what you have to just hold. Okay.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, unmute and continue. Advocate, can we be assisted to locate the minister?
Thanks to feel load shedding.
What was the question so we can respond properly as the government in meeting? They must bring the question again. I want to answer.
Even when a by-election,
How to move me? Yeah, I answered wrong questions because of Tomo. Yeah.
Nah, thanks for load shedding.
government in waiting, but we can't even win.
Yeah, load shedding.
Just give us your question. We want to answer your question.
Because of load shedding. Yeah.
Chairperson, can we call order to Honorable Magwala that was swearing on the platform in the House sitting?
Aibo, who swear? What did you say?
What did I swear now? What is this thing
Ah,
now?
Honorable
He was saying
he said,
I'm
Domo
the one who was talking about
even
load shedding.
address you
What
on
did
your
I say?
phone.
Water members.
Domo.
Order members, the minister is
I was
back.
talking about you must test
ministers,
it.
load shedding,
Because
yeah.
Order members.
you must test load shedding.
Let's
Yeah.
allow Honorable Minister to
I'm back.
respond to the question by Honorable Khai. Honorable Minister.
Thank you. I'm so sorry that I got cut off. My apologies. As I was trying to respond, I hope it won't happen again in my apologies. Definitely there is progress in place in terms of the institutionalization of evidence-based integrated planning, monitoring and evaluation system. The DPME is currently busy with an integrated planning framework that I've already spoken to in the previous answer that I was trying to speak to. But we're saying that in terms of this, the bill aims to do the following. There are just 2 points that I'm going to speak to establish an institutional framework for a new coherent, predictable planning paradigm and discipline within across all spheres of government and the broader social partners, which are obviously our public entities, and to also support effective monitoring and evaluation of government programs aimed at improved service delivery and positive impact on our society. Yes, indeed, we are going to strengthen the bill to be able to ensure that whenever things that the bill have actually put in place are not being done, we actually put in place the mitigating, as I've already said, systems that would then now be able to align everybody and push everybody to do what is it that is need to be done. So thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. That's my answer.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Pungan.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister whether there have been any consequence management recommendations that the Honorable Minister has made specifically relating to the findings of the Zondo Commission report. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Minister.
The process of the Zondo Commission, yes, of course, there have been consequence management that has been put in place, and the President is definitely busy with that. At the current moment, I will not be able to go into detail about that because it is not my place. However, us as the DPME, we've already engaged with the President himself and the Presidency to be able to say that we will be monitoring if those consequence management systems that have been put in place are being implemented, because we would like to ensure that we report to the public, as it is our responsibility to coordinate such, so that at least then everybody can know what is being done when the time is right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now come to question 156, asked by Honorable Mama Rohane. Honorable Minister. Question number 156.
Okay, thank you. I just want to show that it's me again. I will be copying so that no one can think that. Okay.
No, in your case, Minister, we want to have your face. We allow those that have got problems of connectivity.
Okay, let me do that. Let me allow my face to be here. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Question 156. The barriers that are persistent in terms of the IDP. There are barriers, of course, that are persistent, that are definitely as a result of the fact that different municipalities, as we all know, in terms of revenue collection, would then now suffer precisely because it will be based on where they are and if they are able to collect enough revenue on top of the grants that they are getting from government. And because of that, then you would find that the IDP does not fully get implemented most of the time, not only because of the issue that there is no proper or adequate revenue collection, but precisely because there is no adequate capacity to be able to do such. As a result, what we have been able to do ourselves as DPME, we are currently working together with the Department of Cooperative Governance to be able to deal with the issue of ensuring that we capacitate different municipalities. And we are also following up on what the bill that has been put in place by the Department of Public Service that would speak to single public service, so that we don't own, if we've got capacity, even on the national level, that we can be able to deploy in a municipality, that should be done seamlessly and in a way that would be able to be legal. So yes, definitely, we are agreeing that there are persistent barriers, especially as it relates to integrated development plans, but we are speaking to it and we are working together definitely with COCTA on this particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is from Honorable Mama Rukhane. Honorable Mama Rukhane. Honorable Mama Rukhane.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, House Chairperson. And let me also thank the Minister, the Honorable Minister, for the response. I think, Honorable Minister, you have clarified my question. So, we clarified my question. I don't think there's no need for me to question you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mama Rukhane. It's covered by the response by the Minister. We'll go to the second follow-up question. Honorable Mama Rukhane, switch, mute yourself. The second follow-up question is from Honorable DeBrain. Honorable DeBrain.
Honorable Chair, the Toy will be handling this one.
No problem, you can have it, Honorable Dutoy.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, with regards to the barriers with the implementation, would the Minister agree that the state capture and the effects of tenderpreneurs have a negative effect on the implementation of the IDP? And what measures were put in place to ensure that sufficient funds are available to fund these IDP projects effectively, as well as the monitoring of these projects? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dutoy. Honorable Minister.
Okay, thank you very much for that particular follow-up question. One of the things that we are trying to do with the DDM is to ensure that all plans and all service delivery programs of government, from national to province, including to municipalities, are actually done in such a way that accountability can be done, and monitoring and evaluation part of it can be streamlined. It is for this reason that we then now have champions in DDM. So part of the solutions that we are putting in place is to strengthen the DDM so that we can then now be able to monitor and evaluate precisely the things that you have been able that you have asked. I mean, there are some other municipalities where we would then now wonder, why are we outsourcing some of this fiduciary responsibilities that municipalities have? And this is for this reason that we have taken a decision that we will then now be able to strengthen the systems in the DDM to be able to see things before they happen and be able to support municipalities and also show them if ever some of these things that they are doing are definitely going to be a deterrent to ensuring that service delivery does take place. So the DDM currently, as we speak, it's one of the interventions that we are using to be able to monitor, evaluate, support, but also to allow departments and ourselves to intervene directly in municipalities and any other structure of government that is in place. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honorable Baha. Honorable Baha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, a recent study into the IDP challenges in Lepile-Ngupi municipality in Limpopo province indicated that the municipality had encountered a number of challenges in the implementation of IDP, such as challenges in the implementation, challenges in the implementation of IDP, such as shortage of resources, incomplete projects, inadequate community participation, and political meddling. What will you and your department do to strengthen community participation, ensure efficient use of financial resources, especially the MIG grant, to strive for better coordination between local government and sectoral departments and improve reporting and feedback platforms? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Baha. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Baha, for that. We have worked together with the Department of COCTA, and COCTA have been able to take out about 44 municipalities that we believe that are in a dire state, and Lepile-Ngupi is one of those municipalities. Unfortunately, also unfortunately, I don't know, it's where I come from, where I was born. So the particular challenges that are there, I know them, I've seen them myself. So we have then now been able to put in place a committee and a team that would then now be able to go into those particular municipalities that we believe are in dire state. And those, the team would then now include a number of capacities that would then now be able to deal with these issues that have been raised, of course, that we believe that they are actually causing these municipalities not to be able to move at all. Because indeed, part of the responsibilities and key performance of the municipalities is community participation. Because without community participation, we will not be able to know if we are doing what we are supposed to do, and are we then now able to serve our people in such a way that whatever it is that we are servicing them with and whatever we are prioritizing speak to the issues that they are feeling immediately, or they are handling, or they are dealing with at the current moment. So between ourselves and the department led, of course, the lead department will be COCTA, but we are there to coordinate all the other departments that are necessary to be able to support COCTA, to be able to go to those 44 municipalities that have been identified that we believe are in dire state and definitely need our intervention as a central government, to be able to allow them and assist them with the capacity to be able to do what they are supposed to do. So that's what my answer is. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Matevula. Honorable Matevula.
Enkosi Chairperson, izothathwa ngumember Thafeni.
No problem, Honorable Thafeni.
Because in network. Yeah, ngicela uvala ivideo because network iyangishaya la.
I'm granting you the permission.
Chair?
Yes,
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Oh. Thank you, Chair. Can just the small with it. Oh, Chairperson, thank you, Honorable Minister. Municipalities are faced with various administrative and management challenges, include shortage of resources, incomplete project, and inadequate community participation to implement IDP. What progress have you made to assist municipalities who fail to implement IDP in order to improve implementation and service various communities? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Thafeni. Honorable Minister.
My answer will be almost the same as the one that I've just given, that those municipalities that we do believe, we have been able to sit down and look at all our more than 200 municipalities. And we have then now been able to say they are in medium risk, these are in dire situation, and these ones are doing well. So there's three categories that the department, COCTA department, has been able to identify, and we are supporting them, as I've already said, with the rapid response team that they've been able to put in place, in particular in dealing most of the time, or more than anything else, with municipalities that are unable to deal with issues of infrastructure development and utilizing their IMIG grant, because that is in the main what they are failing to actually do as it relates to part of their IDP. So we have been able to put that, or COCTA have been able to put that team in place, and we are supporting them in coordinating all the other entities that may be necessary to assist in this regard as it relates to the capacity that municipalities need to be able to do this. And we have also suggested that maybe we need to relook at Section 139, which is supposed to be an intervention when municipalities are not doing well, or they are failing to actually stick to their fiduciary responsibilities that are outlined in the different acts, most especially in the Constitution. And we are reviewing that so that we can then now be able to see, are these intervention processes that are put in place assisting? If they are not assisting, what is it that we can be able to do better? We've also realized that maybe we are over-reliant on the Act. We also need to start issuing circulars to be able to assist municipalities so that we can act fast in intervening where municipalities definitely needs our help. And also during our priority evaluation and prioritization, as I've already said, with different ministers, that was led by the president and the deputy president. We've also identified departments that we believe we need to assist them in order to create a framework that will allow them to go directly into municipalities. For example, the Department of Water and Sanitation. We need to find a way of allowing them to be able to go directly to assist in municipalities. Also, we are also supporting, of course, COCTA already said, as it relates to issues that has to do with the water services and so forth and so on, so that we can then now be able to intervene when municipalities are actually failing or are finding it difficult capacity to be able to. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 149 asked by Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Minister. (149) asked by Honorable Bongane Hadebe.
Thank you very much. Okay, okay, I'm here. What we have done, because if you can remember, the issue of the disaster management also does not lie with us. It is unfortunately currently still lying with COCTA. So what we do is to monitor and evaluate if the implementation of what they are supposed to do is actually being done, but also to try to pull everybody together to be able to ensure that disasters such as those ones do not happen, or as they happen, we are ready. We have been able to call to assist South Africa, different institutions such as the UNDP and other countries such as Germany, India. We've consulted with them, and we had a session with them because they are also prone to this kind of disaster, and they've been able to respond to them much more easier. We have been able to have a meeting with them where we have at least included the issues that has to deal with better coordination and a framework and a toolkit that would be able to assist us to say, when a disaster happens, who goes first and what do we do immediately after the Minister of COCTA have put in place or have declared that that area has a disaster. Because at the current moment, when that happens, everybody else just go on their own, but nobody is leading properly so that we can know what to do first. But we are definitely working, of course, with the institution that has been assigned to actually deal with this. And the recommendation that we got, we do believe are going to assist us as we are able to put in place this toolkit that I'm talking to, that is already at a final stage, so that we are able to assist from the municipality. We need to be ready and to be able to speak to disasters when they happen. But we also have to deal with the issue of spatial framework, the spatial framework that is dealing with where human settlement is actually being done. And that lies at the moment within ourselves, of course, to coordinate, but the Department of Land Reform as well. So we are trying to deal with that particular framework that has been put in place and that has been led by ourselves and the Department of Land Reform, to see how do we better ensure that special framework is done in such a way that we can be able to prevent disasters from happening. So in terms of what we are doing right now to prevent the calamities that people do face when disasters happen, is that we have put in place a toolkit that we have been able, as I've already said, gotten information from different institutions in the UN, also in other countries, that we then now be able to assist COCTA to be able to deal with disaster in a better way, together with all the other departments like human settlements that always come when disaster happen. So the only way that we need to do is to streamline the intervention so that everyone can know what happens when a disaster happens and who leads and how do we lead as well, to be able to deploy all resources at our disposal, including the resources that we can get from private sector, and be able to intervene accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is from Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Hadebe Pungan.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister. Thank you for the answer. The follow-up question is, departmental plans to address climate risks cannot be stressed enough. Climate change and environmental risks have the greatest impact on local communities that are not resilient to overcome any weather-related disasters. I would like to know, how has your department, Honorable Minister, worked with COCTA to achieve a practical disaster risk reduction strategy, and with Treasury to have funds available for the risk strategy, and lastly, offer training to government officials? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. The answer is almost going to be the same because the toolkit that I'm talking about will definitely be speaking to that, because as much as it will be, the leading department will be COCTA, as I said, we are bringing together everybody that is responsible, and as much as we will be dealing with Treasury, Treasury will not give money directly to ourselves, or maybe the structure that is put in place to coordinate disaster. But different departments already have budgets that are put in place. For example, departments such as human settlement. What we just need to do is to ensure that that toolkit that we have developed together with COCTA should then now be followed and should be given to all the other departments. And obviously, this will then now include the training, especially as it relates to the services that are needed on a municipal level, to be able to ensure that when those things happen, we are able to intervene accordingly. We have, of course, learned so much and copied a little bit from how we responded to the COVID pandemic, because of we were able to bring everybody together, as I've already said, including private sector. But then the systems that we had put in place assisted us to be able to know when to intervene, so that we can then now mitigate the impact that would befall our people if we don't do things in a certain way. So the answer is almost the same. We are already putting in place a toolkit that is almost done, and that toolkit will then now be able to assist us. And this has been able to be done through the participation of the UN and other countries that are going through the same disasters as well, and they've been able to implement most of the things that we have put in the toolkit, and they have worked in order to respond to disasters.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Presidency. Honorable Presidency.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, I appreciate your initiatives about going overseas for assistance in this regard. But not very far from this house sits the Western Cape Disaster Management Centre. This centre is highly regarded as the best in the country and regularly provides training to the National Disaster Management Centre. In fact, this centre has been providing relief to residents right across the Cape Town metropole over the last 48 hours due to the heavy storms here. The Western Cape Disaster Management Centre predicted the April 2022 floods in KZN and offered emergency rescue teams ahead of the storm to try and save lives. Sadly, this offer was ignored by the eThekwini government. In another bizarre twist, an offer to visit the centre was turned down by the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee. Minister, the twisted politics of the ANC will rather have someone die than be saved by someone in a blue t-shirt. So my question to you is, when will your department engage with COCTA and encourage them to engage this centre and use the all hazards model to lift the game of other provincial centres in order to save lives in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Presidency. Honorable Minister.
I would not agree, of course, that the ANC government would rather see people die. That cannot be far from the truth. Obviously, there are a lot of intervention systems that have been offered to us from different institutions. And obviously, whatever it is that we have to take, it has to be something that is fit for purpose. We will not take it just because it has been given to us. However, because we are now trying to make sure that we ramp up our approach as it relates to this disaster management as a coordinating structure, we will do our best to try and see those systems that you are talking about. If they are speaking to what we need to do, we'll obviously borrow them. But if they are not, we can't just take them because they are there, because they will not be able to assist us to do what we need to do. And we are hoping that those systems are not only being used in affluent areas, but they are also used in areas where, like in Nyanga, where we have always seen that whenever there's disasters, we don't necessarily see the speed at which we would like to see other disaster management being done in affluent areas in Cape Town. So what we will be able to say is that, of course, we will accept any help that comes from anywhere. And from my side, I will try to see that what you are talking about, if it speaks to what we need, we will definitely be able to take it and try to, because there is absolutely no way that any life can be left to just go just because of party political issues. We don't work that way as ANC, and that I can say without any fear and ambiguity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third
Must
follow-up
assist
question
the
is
GA if you have capacity.
it's Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Lutuli.
Thank you, Chairperson, again. Mphathiswa womnyango, siyaqonda futhi siqondisisa kahle ukuthi uhulumeni akanawo amandla ukuthi avimbe izehlakalo engase zenzeke, especially ey'suke zenziwa nje indalo. Kodwa siyazi ukuthi lo hulumeni unazo iy'ndlela zokuthi aqinisekise ukuthi uma ngabe lezi zehlakalo zifika imigwaqo yethu i-right, ama-bridge e-right, ngisho nama-drainage ethu e-right. And ngikubuza kahle le mbuzo ngoba ngiyazi ayiqonde nomnyango wakho, kodwa uhulumeni uyedwa phela. Noma bekuthiwa iminyango ihlukene, kodwa uhulumeni uyedwa. So umbuzo wami kuwena mphathiswa womnyango uthi, what collaborative steps have you taken to ensure that drainage infrastructure in KwaZulu-Natal and other parts of the country is improved so that there exists system in place for the storing of excessive water? Ngibonge kakhulu.
I'm happy that you are aware that your question is not linked to the original one, but we'll leave it to the minister to deal with it. Honorable Minister.
Thank you for that, Chairperson, for clarifying that. And I think the answer, maybe this answer I'll have to say it over and over again. The systems that we are putting in place, we have put systems, there is a tool kit that is assisting us to be able to intervene both on provincial as well as in local government. So maybe what we will have to do is to ask that COCTA should then now be able to give a clear report on where we are as it relates to the disaster that has happened in KZN, most especially as it relates to the issues of drainage systems that we have spoken to, because that will definitely have to deal with issues of infrastructure. And I do believe that eThekwini and the surrounding areas in KZN that were affected will definitely be part of the priority areas that COCTA are putting in place in terms of the intervention that they said that they will do. So definitely I will ask the minister that they must then now be, or through you, Chair, you should be able to request that part of what the minister of COCTA should come and respond here, should speak to this so that they can tell you in detail exactly where they are, what they are doing, and who is doing what as it relates to the infrastructure that needs to deal with the issue of restoring KZN back to what it was, or if it doesn't restore it back, but at least the lives of people are able to continue amid this disaster that we have gone through.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Moshodi. Honorable Moshodi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And let me also thank Honorable Minister for the response. My follow-up, Honorable Chairperson, is Honorable Minister, what are some of the broad lessons learned from the 2022 disaster in terms of coordination of response and collaboration with the community structures, business, NGOs, and broader civil society to lessen the impact of some disaster on the ordinary people? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Moshodi. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister.
Okay, I'm on. Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Moshodi, for the question. What we've been able to do at this moment, some of the broader lessons, there are many, however, I'll just stick to three. We've been able to look at broad lessons that include clear defining the roles and responsibilities of different entities that are supposed to respond. I believe that it is important to define clear roles and responsibilities for each entity involved in the response. This clarity helps streamline efforts and avoid duplication or gaps in responding activities. We've also been able to have broader lessons that speak to collaboration and coordination. That becomes, of course, what we do as DPME, but we need to include and strengthen it so that we can then now be able to say that we have an effective coordination and that requires collaboration and cooperation among different stakeholders. But all that coordination and collaboration should be streamlined and put in a place that would be able to be utilized anywhere. We are doing this, of course, by having regular meetings, joint planning sessions as well, and information sharing that can facilitate a better coordination between government, businesses, NGOs, civil society, and other stakeholders. And I do believe that maybe when time goes on, we will also be able to include this in the PCC, the Presidential Coordination Council as well, because that's where you then now find that sometimes municipalities are there, but in most cases, provinces are also there. So we have been able to learn that this becomes very important as we respond to these issues that you have just spoken to. We've also been able to learn that continuous evaluation and improvement becomes very important, because after the floods, if we just go do what we do and leave, we don't necessarily know if what we have done have then now be able to speak to the issues that may even follow up even after the major floods has actually happened. So what we have done, the DPME and Ncop conducted an assessment of the response effort so that we can then now be able to identify the strengths and the weaknesses, and also be able to clarify areas of improvement that can be able to assist us to deal with future plans. So as I said, there were a number of broad lessons that we have learned. However, these are the three that I have been able to think that can be able to respond to the question of the Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 167, asked by Honorable Browdenson. Honorable Minister. (167) by Honorable Browdenson.
Okay, I'll get to it right now. Thank you. I've just written something down. Yes, indeed, the National Planning Commission released a review of the National Development Plan in 2022 or 2020, covering the 2012 to 2018 period, and is currently finalizing a 10-year review with particular emphasis for the 2018 to 2022 period. The 10-year review will be published later this year, definitely. In 2018, the NPC released a report on monitoring and implementation report that marked 6 years of implementation of the NDP. The NPC Secretariat has also developed a monitoring report on the NDP indicators and targets since 2021. The report, titled Report on Monitoring National Development Plan Indicators and Targets, is produced annually and form part of the annual performance plan of the DPME, which is ourselves, of course. The medium-term strategic framework reports from DPME also provide details on the NDP implementation biannually through a program of action reporting to Cabinet. These reports highlight that the country has struggled to deal with the developmental challenges, and income poverty remains high, and inequality is as severe as ever. The findings of these reports have been published, and more importantly, government has started acting on the obstacles that affect implementation. We are also ensuring that the DDM incorporates the NDP at a local government level as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is from Honorable Browdenson. Honorable Browdenson.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister, it's unfortunate that despite your reference to various reports that you have at your disposal, you could not answer my question. My question was about the percentage of NDP targets achieved. But anyway, perhaps this can provide some illumination. A recent report by Professor Mohammed Karan of the Bureau of Economic Research has indicated weak performance in the NDP target areas of: first, creating a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Second, enhancing economic transformation and job creation. Third, human settlements. Fourth, advancing social cohesion and safe communities. And finally, working for a better Africa in the world. In short, this basically means that the government has failed to properly address 5 of the 7 priority areas that President Ramaphosa identified in the NDP in his 2019 SONA address. Minister, my question to you: in an environment of close to zero economic growth, rampant corruption that continues with impunity, and a country with debt up to its eyeballs, do you really believe that the remaining goals of the NDP are achievable in the next 7 years? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brodenstep. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and for also directing us to some of the studies that we probably have to acquaint ourselves with. And I would really like to have some more time with you because you look like you are really invested in what is my responsibility, and it will really help to work with you. I do believe that because we have decided to do things differently, and we have also, because of what we are putting in place, including the changing of or the putting in place the act that I was just talking about, that would then now assist us to be able to put in place measures that would then be of not necessarily punishing, but that would allow us to take steps decisively against those that are not doing what they're supposed to do, against those that are doing corruption. And we don't only have to just say that this is what they've done, this is what the report is saying, but we should then now be able to follow up to say, if this is what the AG's report is saying, for example, then if this is not done, what is it that we should do as DPME? Because it becomes very important that we are able to intervene. We don't only just say that this is wrong, but this is wrong. What are we able to do to be able to ensure that people are more accountable? And the accountability should also include us enforcing what is in place currently of taking criminal action against those that do what they do. But also we need to be able to ensure that we coordinate better the NPA plus the other law enforcement institution to be able to work together, so that when they work together with ourselves and other institutions that will be maybe affected by this, we can expedite the issue of responding to issues that speak to criminality and anything else that maybe has to speak to issues that are impeding us from doing service delivery. 7 years, yes, it may not be adequate, but I do believe that we will be able to cover some of the things that needs to be covered if we come together, coordinate better, but not only coordinate better, but also invite private sector. And I will never stop saying this because in my time as I was in India, I was once a consul general in India for 4 years. I have seen that the issue of active citizenry that helps in or play a meaningful role in the developmental state and in the state capacity. I've seen it working better, and I thought to myself that if we are able to put in place systems that would be able to open up for citizens to be able to come and play a role in assisting us to do what we need to do, most of those aspirations of the NDP will definitely be able to be reached. Some of them, of course, will not be reached not because of capacity, but they will not be reached because of things that happened globally that affected us as well. However, we will be able to look at that, as I've already said, looking at strengthening our planning systems, but also inviting a private sector and civil society to come on board and making it easy for them to do what they need to do so that we can be able to reach our agendas that we have been able to that we have put in place. I do believe, Honorable Member, that together we can be able to at least reach some of those things that are more important. Maybe not all of them, but most of them, I do believe in 7 years, we will be able to do it. Thank you very much. But I would really still like to meet with you and talk further about some of these things that we can do better, because I do believe it doesn't matter whether a person is in opposition or not. Working together to be able to build this capacity of the state and be able to improve where we need to improve can be something that should be celebrated and encouraged.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honorable De Bruin. Hopefully it's going to be Honorable Dutoy again.
No, Honorable House Chair, it is indeed. I apologize for my video. just struggling with the signal here.
Okay, Honorable De Bruin, continue.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, has the government identified any challenges or obstacles in determining the percentage of goals achieved? And if so, how are these challenges being addressed to ensure reliable and accurate evaluation outcomes? And how frequently are these evaluations conducted? And is there a dedicated department or an agency responsible for regularly monitoring and evaluating the implementation of the National Development Plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable De Bruin. Honorable Minister.
As I've already said, the NPC, of course, the National Planning Commission, are the leading structure that is leading in terms of the evaluation and the monitoring of the implementation of the National Development Plan. And the 10-year review has already been done, and it will be published soon, so that then we can then now be able to share with everybody else where we are and what we do believe needs to be done. The other reviews have been done before, and reports are published, as I've already said. I think I've spoken to this, and definitely when the time is right, we'll be able to publish and share with your good selves, so that you can then now be able to acquaint yourself with where we are. Yes, definitely there have been situations where we can say that indeed there were impediments from us being able to achieve some of those targets that we have put for ourselves. The famous one, of course, that everyone knows would be part of the issues of the COVID-19 situation, the meltdown as well, economically, all these other issues that are happening globally, and also internally, of course. However, I do believe that the national the NPC is doing a very good job in advising us as our statutory organization or institution. And I do believe that when we finalize our and put systems in place to be able to intervene where necessary, we will definitely be able to see a difference. So in answering you from your last question, yes, the NPC is hard at work, and we do know that it's not only us as government, but it's also people from different sectors of life, including private sector, academia, and other people that we do believe that we need in order to be able to drive the NDP into the direction that definitely government needs to be able to do it at. So thank you very much. That's my answer.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Lutuli.
Ngibonge hlalo. Mphathisa Mnyango, umnyango wakho umnyango othanda ukuthwesa amandla amaningi and owenza ukuthi ngaso sonke isikhathi sibheka wona ukuthi ukwazi ukusinikeza impendulo. And we understand ukuthi umnyango nomnyango unama challenges awo. Kodwa siyafisa ngendlanga ukuthi mhlawumbe umphathiswa mnyango mefika la afika athi yes besine challenge ukuthi lo mnyango kwenzeka ukuthi nokuthi sangenelela ngokuthi nokuthi inkinga iba sekuthenini ngaso sonke isikhathi kubonakala sengathi kunolayini okusetshenzwa ngawo noma okukhulunywa ngawo ukuthi hayi sinama system in place, hayi siplan ukuthi kodwa ayikho into ecacile eshoyo ukuthi hayi sesenze lokho. Mhlawumbe ngenhlanga nje, mhlawumbe isincomo nje ukuthi ngenhlanga mhlawumbe umphathiswa mnyango mefika asinikeze izinto ezicacile nezikhombekayo nezithintekayo ukuthi sesenze ukuthi nokuthi. Ngibonge kakhulu hlalo.
Thanks, Honorable Minister. If you have anything to say about the comment made by Honorable Lutuli.
Thank you very much. It's of course, I understand the frustration that the honorable member can be having because they are used to outcomes that are more like, as I said, the normal service delivery. But unfortunately, ours is processes. They say our service delivery remains processes. But of course, maybe in the future, we'll be able to just count out some things that speak to tangible issues that she can be able to see. But from our side, tangible issues remains processes of government because we do coordination and performance, of course, of other departments more than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Meerman. Honorable Meerman.
Thank you, House Chair, and greetings to you in the leadership of the National Council of Province and the special and permanent delegates. Thank you and greetings to you, Honorable Minister. First and foremost, allow me to express a word of gratitude to the message of condolences that the Minister delivered at yesterday's memorial service of our former MP, Tina Juma-Peterson. The message was well received. Secondly, Honorable Minister, allow me to also express my appreciation for the response that you have given. Now, given the fact that dualism in health is a challenge, health for the rich, that is mainly financed by the private sector, and the public, that is mainly funded by government. Now, given the fact that quality health care for all as one of the 3 pillars and health as one of the 14 priority outcomes of the National Development Plan, the question that I want to ask Minister is, given this week's passing of the National Health and Insurance Bill that was passed by the National Assembly, how will this passing of the National Health Insurance Bill help to ensure that the realization of quality healthcare for all by 2030 is achieved? Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Meerman. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Meerman, Comrade Kenny. The bill will ensure that all the funds we spend on personal health care are pooled together to provide equitable access to quality health services for all South Africans based on our health needs, irrespective of our socioeconomic status. The cost of our healthcare system, which is currently the most expensive in the world, will definitely be reduced. When people visit healthcare facilities, there will be no fees charged because of the NHI fund will cover cost of people's medical care in the same way that the medical aids do for their own members. You do know that already, of course, that 85% of the clients of the medical system are definitely people that rely on public health. And the NHI will also narrow the gap between the rich and the poor in terms of standards of healthcare. South Africans will no longer be required to contribute directly to medical health scheme to get quality healthcare. The NHI will fund, and the NHI will also fund and be able to be funded from general taxes, contributions of persons earning above a certain amount, and monthly contributions made by the employees to the fund. We've also realized that indeed at times people who are also on medical aid, at times they do use public health care. Not that it is a problem, but sometimes medical aids are not also able to just fund everything that people need. So it is for this reason that we do believe that the NHI will be able to speak to most of these issues that are facing our people, and it will speak to not only for those that are disadvantaged or from disadvantaged background, but it will also speak to those that speak to the missing middle, that definitely need assistance and at some point don't even qualify for these other things that are offered to other sectors of society. It is important to note that the NHI will not replace medical aid schemes. Members will be free to contribute with their medical schemes if they still wish to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 155, asked by Honorable Dango, Honorable Ambassador Dango. Once ambassador, always an ambassador. Honorable Minister. 155. It's your last question of the day, besides the follow-up questions.
Sorry, I just had a bit of a cough, but I'm fine now.
Have some water.
I did. Yes, the Department of Planning, and thank you, Honorable Dango. It's always good. In fact, I was a diplomat in my previous life, and he's one of the people that actually trained me as a diplomat. So I really hold him in high regard. And thank you very much for this question. Yes, the Department of Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation will provide a reflection of the achievement, challenges, and lessons learned from implementing major national policies and plans. This will be done, of course, through the 30-year review report, which the DME is currently preparing. Unfortunately, Honorable Lituli, we are still preparing it. It is done, but it has to go through processes. We might have done our part, and I'm just adding that because I know you say that we always talk about what we are going to do. Some of these things are already in place, but however, they go through other processes that are not necessarily in our control. The approach being followed is to build on the 25-year review that we have already done and other recent assessment to review progress based on the National Development Plan and of course our MTSF framework priorities. The details on significant milestones achieved over the 30 years will be included in our 30-year review report, which we are really excited to share with you because we do believe that it will definitely reflect on how South Africa has actually improved from what it used to be, but it will also give us a hope of the fact that we will definitely be able to build a better South Africa again, because what we were, we are no longer there. Improvement has been done, and it has been done precisely because we have worked together from all sectors of life, but most of all, the government of the ANC definitely cares about its people, and they put people first in whatever it is that they are doing. Thank you, Chairperson of the session. I'll wait for.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Dango, first follow-up question. Ambassador. Honorable Dango.
Can I take the question in his
No, if you've got some challenges, no problem. You can take it, Honorable Khai, on his behalf.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Khai.
Looks like Honorable Khai has a challenge too.
Honorable Khai, you seem to have a challenge. Honorable Mema, you want to come for his rescue? Honorable Mema, we want to assist Honorable Khai.
Yes, Honorable House Chair. Can I do that?
Assist him, please? Yes, you are allowed to do that.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the reply to the question. Minister, the 25-year review, among others, makes this candid observation that the spatial legacy of apartheid is another persistent feature of apartheid South Africa. 25 years after democracy, we see rapid urbanization, poor spatial planning, and slow land redistribution have in fact exacerbated spatial divisions between formerly Black and white areas, thus increasing the gap between the poor and the rich. Now, Minister, what do you think needs to be done towards the integrated spatial planning, thereby help to reduce the gap between the rich and the poor masses and allow the Black majority access to land and stay closer to where they work? Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mema, for assisting both Honorable Dango and Honorable Khai. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moemang. I'm so glad that it was asked by him. if you can remember, Honorable Memang, that I think a while back I was an executive mayor in a district municipality, and you were the MM, I think, of Masara. And I think it was under the leadership of President Mbeki. And part of the things that we were talking about was always talking about the National Spatial Planning Framework. That was very clear in insisting that we need to start developing closer to towns, especially as it comes to when we talk about RDP houses, because that's where majority of our people or majority of the working people are staying. However, they find themselves working in towns or in CBDs. We've seen, of course, throughout the process that systems have been put in place. I like talking about system because that's my work. And in this particular instance, I think Honorable Lutulu will be happy to know that the system that I'm going to be I'm referring to is something like BRT that was supposed to at least make it easier for the coordination of a transport system that would allow people staying in the townships be able to reach their places of work much more easier. However, that is not so much important in my view. It is important, and we need to continue to strengthen and improve the issue of transport system, because that is what is important at the current moment. I do believe that we need to strengthen the issue of transport system precisely because our rail roads are actually, or our rail transport system becomes very important, much more affordable, but it also reaches areas where things like buses may not be able to reach. However, in our context, integrated spatial planning, as I've already said, would refer to a change in the structuring and organization of settlements and economic activities, like I've already said, in what we used to do when you and I, Honorable Memang, were still in local government. We need to counter the segregated spatial patterns established during the colonial and apartheid times, which I've already spoken to. And I do believe that now as DPME, we are not only going to just say this is what we need to do, but we are also going to make sure that if IDPs do not speak to this as it relates to the building of new houses, and human settlement is not definitely speaking to this, we will definitely raise it and take back whatever plans that they have to say that, but this is not speaking to what we are trying to achieve as it relates to making sure that we do away with the segregated spatial patterns that we have inherited from the apartheid and colonial times that wanted to ensure that better life only was for specific people and other people must then now remain struggling. As a result, we are saying that an integrated national planning or an integrated national spatial planning should be championed, as I've already said. We need to make sure that we continue with the research of how we can do this better without having to distract some of the processes and especially economic processes that are already developed. However, it becomes very important, as I've already said, that we need to ensure that national spatial planning capability and what it needs to support all these things that I've just been speaking about, so that national, provincial, and local government can better coordinate the way people are organized and the way settlements are organized, and how we are able to ensure that each and every South African have got access to be able to sustain themselves without having to go through a long road of going to a place where they can be able to access the ways that they are able to do work so that they can be able to feed their families. So the integrated spatial planning framework is our answer to this. And fortunately, it's not something that we'll be starting from scratch. It is something that has always been there. As I've already said, it's been there for 177 years, as when me and Honorable Moimang was still in local government. So ours is to monitor and evaluate the plans that are put in place to ensure that they speak to this that is already in place. And I'm sure Honorable Amitu will be happy to know that that system is already in place. Ours is just to enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Pongal.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the government has experienced more challenges than victories. We are reminded of events such as Marikana, Life Esidimeni, the July 2021 looting, etc. As a result, there is now a public distrust of government. Honorable Minister, I would like to know, how has your department worked with the departments of COGTA, Treasury, Human Settlement, Water and Sanitation, and other departments to better their approach in providing the required support to the sphere of local government, as it is at the cold phase when it comes to the delivery of services? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hadebe. Indeed, we have made a reflection that, of course, we haven't published and will definitely have to publish soon, as it relates to how South Africans feel about especially the trust of our masses and our citizens on government. And we will make that reflection. It will be part, of course, of the 30-year review. As I've already said, during the PCC meeting that the President has had, which was usually online, precisely because we were having the issues of COVID. We recently had one, I think it was 2 weeks ago, which is a coordinating structure that I do believe would be able to assist, or is assisting us to be able to bring everybody together, to be able to ensure that we look at the issue of interventions, mechanisms that has to be able to assist a local government to be able to deliver service. Because at the end of the day, what the reflection that we've made is that service delivery is the responsibility of the entire government. It's just that, of course, it just depends on which sphere of government is then responsible for what. But if another sphere of government is not able to do what they're supposed to do, it affects the entire service delivery model and service delivery infrastructure. And as a result, then what needs to happen is that we need to probably look at how intervention framework and toolkits are being developed. And as I've already said, we're already developing that framework, and we have already been able to talk to the departments such as water and sanitation, as well as COGTA, of course, and many other departments, to say that how do we then now go straight into ensuring that local government is assisted in terms of intervention processes. I've already also spoken to the issue of the reviewing of the Section 139 that we have always been using. And it is now been said that there are other sections in the Constitution that we can then now be able to use, such as Section 56. I think that we can be able to implement some of this intervention that are necessary through issuing of circulars that can then now be able to allow us space to intervene directly in making sure that the end user of the services that we are putting in place as government do receive them. And I do believe that the Coordinating Council have come up with tangible interventions, and the coordinating structures, that is ourselves, of course, will definitely be supporting in terms of framework, but also in pulling everybody together to be able to intervene in municipalities. So that is already happening. And what you will be seeing most is will be in the water and sanitation. We have said that in 6 months' time, we will call him to check where he is as it relates to the interventions that are needed in municipalities. So thank you very much. That's my answer for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honorable Motsamai. Honorable Motsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, what role has the department played in assisting in dysfunctioning municipalities perform their constitutional role of providing service to our community, including the development and monitoring of integrated development planning, especially develop and district development model? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mosamai. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Motsamai. The DDM, as I've already said, becomes the catalyst of strengthening of our planning systems in our view. And we do believe that if we can then now be able to have everyone, including municipalities that are led by DA, that are today giving us problems as it relates to playing together, in terms of ensuring that our DDMs becomes the center of excellence, where everybody from all three spheres of government plays a role together to be able to deal with what we have been talking about in terms of service delivery. So I'm very happy that you are recognizing that indeed the DDM becomes exactly what is what I've just said. Without the DDM, I don't believe that government as a whole will then now be able to do what it needs to do, because if you are going to only depend on everybody doing what they're supposed to do in silos, the impact that we need to see in service delivery will not be realized. So as it relates to IDPs, we are strengthening IDPs by working together, of course, with Department of COPTA, and the coordination part of DDMs, of course. Ours is to monitor and evaluate and ensure that everybody else does what they are supposed to do. And what we will have to do is just to put measures in place and probably maybe utilize the act, the bill that will be passed very soon. We do hope, if it's not passed in this financial year, hopefully next financial year, that would then now say those that don't do what they are supposed to do, those that, for example, don't want to come to the platform to be able to do what needs to be done as it relates to making sure that we integrate every planning system in through the DDM. What is it that we can do as a DPME to pass some sanctions against them? Because the fact that we've got three spheres of government doesn't mean that everybody can do as they wish, but it means that we have to work together, focusing on what we need to do. But at the end of the day, service delivery needs to be streamlined. But at the end of the day, as I've already said, integration of all efforts from all three spheres of government needs to be done in such a way that it will have impact, and it must be done together, because government remains government, irrespective of you are wearing a blue or a red or a green, black and yellow t-shirt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last follow-up question and the last question of the day for you, Minister, is from Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and good afternoon, Minister. Minister, the real challenges to realizing the implementation of government programs in South Africa can be set out as follows: the weakening of government and key state institutions, poor public service performance, and the erosion of confidence and trust across society, the blurring of lines between political and administrative functions, systemic corruption which prevails in both the public and private sector, severe and limiting fiscal constraints and crime, including gender-based violence and femicide, which is persistently high, and the types of violence are shocking in their brutality. Minister, my question therefore is, what plans will you and your department put forward to government to resolve the issues above, and do you have any confidence that any of those plans will be implemented in the short to medium term? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff, for that particular question. As I've already said, I think maybe what we'll also be able to assist is that once we are done, in fact, we're only left with one department, and I think it's international relations, in reprioritizing some of the plans and the work that departments needs to be done, that we spoke with the different ministers led by the president and the deputy president. And some of these issues that the honorable member has asked, if I've got confidence in, yes, I definitely do have confidence in, precisely because the answers and the work that we have put in place in supporting different departments. For example, the issue of GBV, we have placed it as one of the most strongest priorities that we need to deal with. And we said to the Minister of Police that we need more to see preventative mechanism as opposed to putting more in terms of responsive mechanism. And for that reason, we have seen that the minister has said that, and they've already done it, the issue of capacitating with more resources, your CPFs, but also the issue of also putting more resources in terms of increasing the number of police that are there, so that we can then now see visible policing, but the issues of detectives and other specialized services are actually resourced better. That has already been done precisely because when we sat down with different ministers, we said that in 6 months' time, we want a report that we as DPME can be able to present to the president and go through them with the president, because they are accountable to the president, who's then now accountable to the citizens, of course. So that process have already started happening, and I do have confidence that definitely the issues of crime, the issues of the erosion of public service, and the developmental state principles that we have put in place, including the issues of ensuring that we utilize the skills that we already have in a better way, are going to be addressed in terms of the coordination that we will be doing in taking out of all the APPs that ministers have, taking just 5 out and then saying that this, no matter what, we cannot fail, and we will also intervene from DPME in ensuring that departments are able to do that. And some of those, of course, speaks to the issues of interventions in municipalities. So we will definitely be presenting, the president will definitely be presenting soon. I don't know when, but it will have to go through a cabinet process where he will be presenting to the nation on these priorities. And in 6 months' time, ours will be to make sure that at least on a monthly basis, we check where we are, so that when 6 months comes, we are able to come and say, all those priorities that were spoken about, midterm, this is what we have been able to do, so that next year, when the MTSF cycle ends, we should then now be able to have tangible things that we can be able to speak to and celebrate. And definitely, I do believe that you will be happy with the outcome of this process that is new, but we do believe that it will then assist us in making sure that we make government work better, and not work in silos, but work together as an integrated system and instrument that is utilized to be able to do service delivery to the citizens of this country and the electorate in general. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members for the questions and the input. Some of these questions assist us to be able to look at what is it that we can do better.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Colleagues,
Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. We will now proceed to our first question. And that question is question 151.
This question is on community radio stations. Is from Honorable Muimang, and is directed to the minister in the presidency. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me thank members of the National Council of Provinces. And let me also preface my response by requesting that I should be exempted to display a video since I have connectivity issues. I don't want my participation in this platform to be intermittent. Through your permission, Chair.
Yeah, please proceed.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, MGDA provides both financial and non-financial support to community media outlets, which include both community radio stations and community print organizations. The financial support is in a form of cash grants, whereby a radio station is awarded funds to purchase broadcast equipment, remunerate broadcast presenters, and generate quality content. The non-financial support is through capacity building, mentoring, as well as advocacy for the stations to remain relevant and sustainable. So in a nutshell, Chair, in the current financial year, 23 radio stations have received these form of cash grants. The capacity building, which is ongoing, focus on various skill disciplines relevant to the growth and sustainability of the sector. Thank you so much.
Now, thank you very much. Now, our first supplementary question will come from Honorable Muima. Honorable Muima.
Ke go lebogile modulasetulo wa bosetšhaba wa ntlo ya Kgaladi province. We gape ke leboge Matlatsatona for both the financial support and also the capacity that the department is meting out to our community radio station. The question that I want to pose to Honorable Minister is, given the fact that most of the community radio station and community print organization use the language that is spoken and understood in their area of broadcast or distribution, how does the government use these media sources to inform and teach the people about these programs, and how effective are these sources in assisting government? Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you, National Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muima. Deputy Minister.
Le nna ke tshwene go leboga re Muimang ka potso ya gago e botlhokwa e. Now, MGDA will continue to support community media, and we are quite cognizant of the fact that community media is instrumental if you want to fundamentally change ownership patterns of our media in South Africa. GCIS has set about 30% of government adverts for community media, meaning your local community radio stations and your community newspapers. We agree quite strongly that 30% is not adequate, given the fact that there's a need to provide much broader support to the local media, which is closest to our people. Discussions are currently ensuing, and I can guarantee you that the ministry is seized with a responsibility of ensuring that this set aside is expanded. We will, in not so a distant future, express ourselves with respect to the next course of action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. We'll proceed to the second supplementary question, Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Deputy Minister. We occasionally miss you in finance meetings. Deputy Minister, most community radio stations experience financial difficulties. Invariably, they are simply community level broadcasters doing excellent work by feeding information into their communities and providing a platform to many people. But they are subjected to expensive service fees from the signal distributor Centec, tax obligations, and a lot of red tape. But furthermore, Deputy Minister, challenges are attributed to the unwillingness generally of businesses to advertise on these community broadcasting platforms, as they favour bigger broadcasters where their advertising spend is probably easier to manage. Minister, the agency has therefore got a massively important role, and yet its governance has been extremely questionable. Deputy Minister, why is the Media Development and Diversity Agency spending the majority of its money on litigation against former staff and former grant recipients rather than on spending it on developing community radio? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Well, I think the question that the Honorable Rider has asked is quite important. And in the first instance, I agree with him that there's a need for us to encourage business to advertise through local radio stations and our community newspapers. I don't think that point cannot be overemphasized at this point. We, however, are engaging with the board. I can guarantee you that the minister met with the board in March, in the first instance to introduce herself as a new minister, and deputy ministers will closely with MDDA. But secondly, to discuss all related challenges that are facing MDDA. We are worried also about the fact that the legal expenses of MDDA have ballooned. We are going to continue to encourage that most of these matters that are outstanding that need to be resolved should be resolved amicably, that there must be some process of conflict resolution which will not, burden the finances of an already under-resourced MDDA. So we are really working on that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. The third supplementary question will come from Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, currently the grant funding on the Media Development Diversity Agency to assist the local community stations is only catering for a few provinces, albeit on a rotational basis. I would like to know whether the department requires the MDDA to conduct an impact survey or study to gauge the operational defects on local community media outlets when funding is shifted and reprioritized from one type of media to another, such as this digital to hard copy. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Now, thank you very much. Deputy Minister.
Well, Chair, we do agree that the funding of local radio stations should be diversified. We agree that the beneficiaries must be local radio stations across all provinces. You would note that the MDDA received its funding in the first instance from Parliament, which appropriates funding for MDDA, but also other private donors. We are worried about the fact that the MDDA is underfunded, and therefore, as a result, it's not able to diversify its work in all other provinces. This is something that will have to be looked at. It will have to inter alia include looking at the funding model of different radio stations. There is a challenge with respect to Centec in the current moment, with Centec as a host of infrastructure, which is unable to offer its services to a number of radio stations because they owe it. We will definitely, in the medium to long term, look at the funding model and whether it's sustainable in the long term. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll then proceed to the last supplementary question, which is supplementary question number 4. So the next questions will come from Honorable Mukause. Honorable Mukause. Honorable Mukause of the EFF. Honorable Mukause. Because Honorable Mukause is not there, we will proceed. So we'll proceed to the next question. This question is question number 163. This question is on alleged corruption and financial mismanagement. This question is from Honorable Labus Kakne and is directed to the Deputy Minister. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much. As I earlier alluded, the Minister has held a meeting with the MDDA board. This meeting took place on the 28th of March this year. The Minister continues to interact with the board through the chairperson in seeking to stabilize the organization and address any matters that are concerned. But I think I must also make this important point, that the ministry has no capacity, none whatsoever, to investigate allegations of corruption. And we wish to encourage those who have knowledge of these allegations to approach law enforcement agencies so that those law enforcement agencies can investigate those who are found to be in the wrong, and subsequently that they can be prosecuted by the courts. At this point, we are engaging with the board. The minister is constantly meeting with the chairperson to engage on matters of operation and on strategic matters of the institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The first supplementary question will come from Honorable Labus Kakne. Honorable Labus Kakne.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Recording
ongoing
in
quantitative
progress.
tracker study and quarterly qualitative ad hoc studies measure the citizens' mood. And the findings are used to ensure that GCIS remain responsive to the information needs of the citizens. The GCIS also develops key message on opinion pieces to ensure that government speaks with one voice on government programs. GCIS also conducts national and international print, broadcast, and offline media monitoring to ensure that government departments are kept abreast of news and are able to communicate proactively or respond to the issues on the news agenda. National and international print, broadcast, and online media coverage reports are made available at regular intervals. In addition, GCIS produces a print headline news package on a daily basis, capturing the main print news stories of the day. And these are distributed via email and WhatsApp at 7 a.m., midday, and afternoon editions on a daily basis. Through daily rapid response mechanisms, as well as this cluster system, the GCIS engages with department and stakeholders to facilitate a timely response to issues pertaining to government in the communication environment. Media content analysis also contributes to research insights on the underlying reasons for the mood of the nation. In documenting and sharing its experiences during the COVID-19 pandemic, GCIS produced an electronic booklet which was launched on the 25th of November 2022. This details the extent to which citizens were empowered with information of government programs and services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We'll now proceed to the first supplementary question, which will come from Honorable Dango. Honorable Dango.
Can I come in, Chair?
Yes, Honorable Muima.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for the manner in which you have responded. The question that one would want to pose is in relation to what were the lessons learned during the COVID-19 period and how are they assisting the GCIS? Thank you, Honorable National Chairperson. Thank you, PM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muima. We'll proceed to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you once more, Honorable Mimang. You know, the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the power of partnerships, which we fostered with civil organizations, civil society organizations, particularly those working at the coalface, to ensure that people are informed about the importance of adhering to preventative measures, such as regularly washing your hands with water and soap, or using a 70% alcohol-based hand sanitizer, keeping a safe distance, and wearing a mask that covered both the mouth and the nose. Apart from assisting in spreading information about the importance of adopting the measure to prevent exposure to the virus, our stakeholders also helped us to deal with incidents of fake news and misinformation. We should not downplay the generous support provided by our partners to save life and drive a narrative of hope. Faced with such a daunting task and confronted with an unseen enemy that took away our daily human interaction, we quickly migrated to new ways of working. During COVID-19 period, most meetings, conferences, training sessions, and workshops took place virtually or remotely. While the move to visual communication may have taken years to reach its full potential, it was amazingly fast-tracked in a matter of weeks and months. For instance, the GCIS used Skype for Business and other virtual meetings platforms such as Zoom and Microsoft Teams for visual engagements. During this period, online licenses were extended to include large meeting formats, and social media platforms were used to live stream media briefings and other government events. Most government communicators welcomed the arrangements to work from their home during the pandemic, despite some technological flaws and glitches. we nevertheless transition to the digital and virtual world seamlessly. We use digital platforms such as national portals, mobile apps, and social media to spread information to South Africans with access to the internet. The pandemic had enhanced the way government communicates and engages with its citizens. A face-to-face physical interaction were limited in line with national lockdown regulations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the second supplementary question from Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister. As with any government department, it is imperative that trust is built upon impartiality, transparency, and accountability. Recently, the media have been reporting that the GCIS is but a vehicle for the governing party's political purposes. I would like to know whether the department has any plans to address these public concerns regarding the content that is published so that it is not politically biased in order to deliver as per its mandate in terms of its functions. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hadebe. We'll proceed to the Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Hadebe. You know, these allegations have been there for a while, but they have not been supported by any evidence. And none of those who have alleged that GCIS is partisan in its work and operations have been able to adduce evidence to justify these allegations. So I'll cite an example. You know, on a monthly basis, GCIS produces about 850,000 copies of its newspaper, Vukuzenzele. I want to draw you into the content, and the primary recipients of Vukuzenzele are rural citizens. There are 2 online editions that are produced on a monthly basis. I want to refer you to the content thereof. That content will speak about the work that government does and the fact that we've been able to fundamentally alter the living conditions of individual South Africans. It will talk about outstanding South Africans who are involved in agriculture and in other forms of businesses. I can tell you now, if you can go online and look at what is contained in the newspaper, you would actually be quite mindful of the fact that there is absolutely no evidence to suggest that GCIS in its operations is partisan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next supplementary question number 3, will come from Honorable Protesters. Honorable Tim.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Deputy Minister, good services should not only exist online, but also on the ground. Would you agree that if the people of South Africa actually experience government programs and good services on a day-to-day basis, it would not be necessary for a propaganda machine such as the GCIS? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Minister.
But I don't know, and I disagree profusely with any suggestion that GCIS is a propaganda machine. It isn't. It is aimed at informing citizens about the work of government, the opportunities that will have them to change their livelihood. So I disagree profusely, first and foremost, with the suggestion that GCIS is a propaganda machinery. Of who? Of government or of the ANC? Because I want to suggest that it is not a propaganda machinery of the ANC, nor it's a propaganda machinery of government. It is meant to keep citizens abreast of the work that government does. And we have a responsibility to keep our people abreast on the programs that government renders, on the strides that are made by government from time to time. But I'm also quite mindful of the fact that this is not what the opposition wants to hear, because by informing the citizenry of South Africa about the work that government does, we will be exposing them to the good work that government does, instead of this continued narrative that government is doing nothing to change the circumstances under which they live. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. The last supplementary question will come from Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Mutsamai.
As question 150, Chief.
They're not that audible. If you can just repeat that again.
Is it question 150?
Okay, we'll proceed to the next question. Honorable members.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to ask Minister, which measures has the Minister put in place to ensure that there is uniformity in the way in which government communicates its plan and decision, and how it responds during times of crisis, as this department has been caught sleeping for too many times during the key moments when a salt and refrain message from government was needed? I thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, Chair, you would remember that in, and thank you very much, Honorable Musame, for your question. You remember that in August 2018, Cabinet approved the government communication policy, which was developed to set norms and standards for communication, but also to ensure professionalization of communication across government. And the aim of the policy is to ensure that all communicators operate from a developmental communication paradigm. GCIS developed the government communication excellence tool, which was meant also to monitor and strengthen communication in government. This tool was piloted, you remember that it was piloted during COVID-19 by 32 national departments. So we will continue to assess the effectiveness of GCIS to communicate coherently and also effectively to ensure that our citizenry is exposed to the information that is required to the services of government and to all other related developments in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the next question is question 168. This question is on coordination of communication. Coordination of communication. The question comes from Honorable Dlamini and is directed to the Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dlamini, for your question. The presence of GCIS footprint nationwide, you would agree that provides a unique advantage for government in the provincial and local level and ensures the vertical and horizontal alignment of intergovernmental communication system, processes, content dissemination, and message coherence. These offices play an important role in coordinating communication professionals from the three spheres of government, essentially through a number of fora, including the District Communicators Forum, the Provincial Communicators Forum, Local Communicators Forum. These are anchored around the 7 key priorities of government and the very important life-saving messaging or messages from government, rather. During 2022-2023, the sub-program implemented 1,938 development communication projects, reaching more than 26 million, over 26 million people through community radio, door-to-door bridges, feature content spread in local print media, outreach campaigns, dialogue seminars, and interactions at the level of malls, at schools, taxi activations, as well as road intersection bleachers. CDW and HBW, GCIS district and provincial offices conducted 1,605 community and stakeholder visits. These visits have intensified platforms, an opportunity where the public can access government information, and are implemented through community and stakeholder engagements, face-to-face activities. GCIS adopt a multilingual approach to communication in all the outreach programs, where regional communicators translate written material for communities and speak in local languages at events. In practice, government communicators went out to community and news loudtailers speaking in the dominant language of the area to empower communities with life-saving information during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as more recently, the cholera outbreak in some areas. GCIS also uses the assistance of community development workers and home-based care workers to spread messaging in a way that is accessible to community. To strengthen the work of the district development model, GCIS assists to intensify monitoring and evaluation oversight visits, which facilitated government-wide and stakeholder collaboration. GCIS continues to profile NGOs and organizations at the forefront of fighting gender-based violence through recommending oversight visits by principals to lobby societal support, particularly towards victim empowerment centers. Through GCIS proactive stance on rolling good news stories, many beneficiaries of government programs have been enabled to attest to positive interventions by government, as well as strengthen stakeholder advocacy initiatives towards government. As a further example, a total of 1,605 community stakeholder engagements were undertaken during the financial year 2022-2023 to mobilize critical role players around key campaigns like gender-based violence and femicide, economic recovery program, anti-corruption and flood disasters. 252 of such engagements were with civil society movements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now to the first supplementary question, Honorable Dlamini.
Ngibonge Sihlalo. Sihlalo ngemvumo yakho bengicela ukurhoxisa i-camera because of connectivity. But I'm here.
Yes, Honorable Dlamini, I didn't quite hear what you were saying.
Am I audible now?
You're audible now. Yeah?
All right. Deputy Minister, under your leadership, the GCIS currently stands as a shadow of what it once was and has proved incapable of restoring our people's confidence in the government. What initiatives have you taken to ensure that government information sources, such as Uvuzenzela newsletter, that has the potential to spread information to all corners of the country, are not left neglected?
Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me thank Honorable Dlamini once more. And let me regurgitate the response I gave earlier on Vuk'uzenzele. You know, Chair, Vuk'uzenzele produces 850,000 copies on a monthly basis. And these are hard copies that are disseminated to rural communities who are primary readers of Vuk'uzenzele. And there are 2 editions that are produced online. Government will continue to ensure that Vuk'uzenzele is not only distributed to song centers or in government offices, but that it continues to reach out to many of our people, especially in rural areas where there's little access to the internet. We will continue to ensure that they receive those hard copies so that they're able to receive information with respect to the work that is undertaken by government. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The second supplementary question will come from Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Deputy Minister. Which province is implementing the Provincial Languages Act, including the sign language as the 12th official language? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. We can confirm, Chairperson, that our editions of Vuk'uzenzele are available on Braille too. I would have to revert back with the answer with respect to the provinces offering information on sign language. You would know, Chair, that we recently, as Parliament, adopted or passed a law which enables the 12th language to be introduced as a sign language, and this is quite recent. So I will have to revert to the House with respect to which province is actually imparting knowledge or information on sign language. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now to the third supplementary question from Honorable Dwight. Honorable Dwight.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, communication between the spheres of government in mother tongue languages has to start somewhere. And that is why I'm stretching the question a little bit. Deputy Minister, with this in mind, would the Minister commit to drive initiatives in collaboration with the Minister of Basic Education to ensure that mother tongue education becomes a reality in South Africa through the building of schools and not the transformation of existing learning institutions? Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, the need to promote indigenous languages cannot be overemphasized. And I think we're committed to ensuring that we work together with the Department of Basic Education to ensure that we promote mother tongue languages in all of our schools. I think this is the commitment that we can be held to. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. And now to the last supplementary question from Honorable Mushodi. Honorable Mushodi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon. And also thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for your response. Honorable DM, government is using a lot of stakeholders engagement meeting in order to communicate and interact with the society. It makes it possible to communicate with the people in the language they speak. My question to you, DM, is how effective are these stakeholders' engagement in communicating and interacting with the communities? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you very much, DM.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Well, Chair, as you have said, we have adopted a multilingual approach to communication. These engagements are quite important. As I've said, that about 1,605 community stakeholder engagements were undertaken during the financial year 2022-2023. And this was meant to, mobilize critical role players around key campaigns such as gender-based violence and femicide, economic recovery and reconstruction program, anti-corruption and flood disaster. And I've also mentioned that 252 of such engagements were with civil society. So they are quite effective, Chair, because in the first instance, they are meant to share information that is really required for the consumption of the citizens. Secondly, they are important for building social cohesion. And this is why I've cited programs that are quite critical to the construction of social cohesion, such as our offensive against gender-based violence and femicide. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. We'll now proceed to question 162. Question 162 is a question on Brand SA. Brand SA. This question is from Honorable Labuskachne, directed to the Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, please proceed to answer question 162.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, in the development and implementation of marketing, communications, and reputation management activities, Brand South Africa continues to monitor coverage, identify, and respond to key issues that have either a positive or negative impact on the nation brand. Brand South Africa takes a multi-pronged approach on addressing nation brand disablers, negative issues in the environment. There are several interventions and structural reforms implemented by government aimed at addressing crime and energy challenges that the country is grappling with. The entity priorities or the entity provides and disseminate relevant and factual messaging through various activities that positively position the nation brand. The entity has developed marketing campaigns that are aimed at positively positioning the country to international audiences. These campaigns are informed by insights in terms of content to ensure that relevant audiences targeting from maximum impact and focus on sectors where trade and investment opportunities are mostly affected and are effectively supported by government in line with economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Brand South Africa implements an ongoing reputation program targeting strategic media to unpack and outline successful government interventions aimed at addressing nation brand disablers. Brand South Africa identifies and works with relevant government departments, private sector, and civil society as messengers to address issues in the environment. Chairperson, community outreach activities through the Play Your Part and constitutional awareness programs also allow Brand South Africa to engage communities on issues that negatively affect the nation brand. Communities are, for example, encouraged to play their part in reporting crime and educating others about the negative impact of violent crime. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. First supplementary question will come from Honorable Labuskachne. Honorable Labuskachne.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, you've mentioned quite a few kind of actions, but the acting CEO of Brand South Africa said at the World Economics Forum of 2023 in Davos, and I quote, "We have a bigger vision to create a South Africa that inspires new ways and is globally admired," close quote. My question is, can you please provide us with practical examples of the new ways and how the globe is admiring South Africa in terms of Brand SA's efforts extolled by them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister.
Well, I think, Chairperson, Brand SA has gone to town about the kind of work that it does to promote South Africa. In the first instance, you would know that it develops and distributes content and key messaging aimed at proactively influencing and promoting positive stories to counter negative narrative through strategic media. Honorable member has already spoken about the platforms that are leveraged, which are global strategic platforms like the World Economic Forum meetings and the United Nations General Assembly, to engage audiences through direct dialogue and work with government and private sector stakeholders to manage negative perceptions about the country. So there are many of these programs which are aimed at engaging, the global community about the brand South Africa, and responding to negative narrative about the work that is done with respect to the South African government. It could be domestically and globally, but more importantly, by ensuring that we position South Africa as a tourist destination. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. We'll proceed then to the second supplementary question. Honorable Khatebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable DM. As we can all agree, Brand SA is an important instrument in the promotion of South African production and goods. It is important to turn misfortune into success for South Africa. I would like to know, Honorable Deputy Minister, whether Brand SA has a comprehensive plan to assist development drives for youth in business through the African Free Trade Agreement, given the current challenges of electricity and political instability in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Well, Chairperson, those plans are food, and they amongst others include, positioning South Africa and its brands through campaigns which, in the first instance, will target BRICS countries, USA, the United Kingdom, Japan, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Germany, France, and our African continental partners. And the intention is to promote brands that are produced in South Africa by young people, by entrepreneurs generally, so that we can be able to sell the kind of work that South Africa does, and sell it at the global stage. So all these efforts are underway.
Yes, thank you very much. The third supplementary question comes from Honorable Makwala. Honorable Makwala.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, as the official marketing agents of South Africa, with a mandate to build the country's brand reputation so as to improve global competitiveness, what initiative have you taken to combat the culture of corruption, government mismanagement, which is inherent in this country, as investors tend to stay away from areas where there is lawlessness? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, there are quite a number of programs. I'm going to cite one program called Play Your Part, which is really a nationwide social movement created to inspire, empower, and celebrate active citizens in South Africa. It's also aimed at encouraging South Africans to use their money and skills or goods to contribute to a better South Africa. Chairperson, I had initially referred to your constitutional awareness programs, which are meant to engage our communities on issues that negatively impact on the nation's brand. Chairperson, communities are, for example, encouraged to play their part in reporting crime and educating others about the negative effects of crime, the negative effects of violent protest, especially in the wake of the July unrest. So all these programs are driven by Brand SA to promote South Africa, but also to brand it as a country that is free of crime, that is free of violence, that is free of all the negativities that I have referred to.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the last supplementary question from Honorable Khai. Honorable
Thank you very
Khai.
much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to you and greetings to the Deputy Minister. I would request to not to see my video. Earlier on, I got kicked out, Honorable Chairperson, with your permission. Go ahead.
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, for your report. Your response is good to hear about the different interventions and management activities that have been undertaken by Brand SA. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, what is the effect of the negative comments and communication by leaders of some opposition parties to the reputation of the country? For example, it is said 1A to discuss AGOA, which is a national state program, not a provincial program. I believe that those are some of the negative things that some leaders of some opposition. Much, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much for this important question. Chair, you know, there are far-reaching implications for especially investor confidence. You know, given the statements that are made sometimes by politicians who are lawmakers, but it's difficult to manage these perceptions, especially because we are approaching an electioneering season. However, I believe that Brand SA must continue and will continue to develop and distribute content and key messaging that is, aimed at proactively influencing and promoting positive stories to counter negative narrative through strategic media. I earlier on referred to, awareness programs which will allow Brand SA to engage communities on issues that, negatively impact on the brand of the nation. Communities are, example, encouraged, to play their part in promoting South Africa, in educating others about these negative narratives. So this is work that will continue to be undertaken by Brand SA through its campaign to promote, the good story that is narrated by government and the good story of the work that is undertaken by government to improve the lives of our people. And as I've said, there's little that we can do, especially during this period, to navigate around these remarks that are made, statements made by politicians, which have far-reaching implications for the country's brand. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. Honorable members, we will now move to question 152. Question 152 is a question on responsibilities of Brand SA. From question from Nchabele, and it's to the minister, to the deputy minister in the presidency. So we'll have a response from the deputy minister. Deputy minister.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. I think I don't want to labor on your part. I really have tried to go to town. This is one of our key campaigns. Safe to say that Brand South Africa continues to carry out its responsibility of encouraging active citizens, the responsibility of national pride, of nation brand advocacy, and social cohesion through various programs. Earlier on, I spoke about, constitutional awareness, these constitutional awareness program. Brand South Africa is identified with the MTSF as a delivery partner for Priority 6, which is social cohesion, with the responsibility to create awareness of the Constitution. The program aims to highlight the fruits of freedom, popularize the Constitution, and use the Constitution really as a tool to encourage active citizens and social cohesion among South Africans. The primary focus is on the Constitution and how it impacts on the lives of ordinary South Africans, while also responding to issues affecting the reputation of the nation brand, as I've earlier referred to GBV, crime, rising cost of living, etc. To this end, Brand South Africa has implemented campaigns aimed at building awareness around constitutional values. These campaigns are supported by outreach activations that allow communities to engage and debate around these values and how they can be leveraged to increase social cohesion. The activations target the average South African in all provinces, and examples of values that have been prioritized include human dignity, equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedom, non-racialism and non-sexism, to ensure targeted promotion of nation brand pride and advocacy among South Africans living abroad. Brand South Africa continues to implement campaigns and activities that are aimed at building the nation brand pride through the Global South Africans program. Brand South Africa launched the Global South African program in the conviction that South Africans are a priceless resource for the country as it strives to position itself as a global partner in an increasingly competitive world. South Africans living or traveling abroad are often the first point of contact and reference for international audiences whose perceptions and decisions have a profound impact on the attractiveness and competitiveness of South Africa. These global South Africans can show the world what South Africans are made of, why we are worthy of investing in and partnering with, and how we can help find creative solutions to the extent of the world's problems, from poverty to climate change to violent conflict. Brand South Africa, Global South Africa program has reached South Africans living in the US, in France, in Australia, in Ghana, and many other countries. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. First supplementary question will come from Honorable Nchabele. Honorable Nchabele.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. My video is blurred, so it won't
Yes,
serve any
no,
purpose.
can do without it, yeah. We understand your plight, your problem.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for the responses to the questions. Honorable Deputy Minister, it is clear that Brand South Africa alone cannot succeed in this important task, but needs the support of South Africans of all walks of life. Hence, the Play Your Part program. What are the highlights of this Play Your Part program, Chairperson? I mean, Deputy Minister. What are the highlights and the successes of this program? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Nchabele. Chairperson, you know, the Play Your Part is aimed at all South Africans, from corporates to individuals, NGOs and government, churches and schools, from the young to not so young. It aims to encourage South Africans to use some of their time, money, skills, or good to contribute to a better future for all of us. You know, understanding that businesses are essential to the well-being of the South African economy, employing 30% of the South African workforce, it is imperative that we continue to provide aspiring business owners with the tools to survive in an ever-changing economic landscape. Chairperson, recent examples of Play Your Part executions include promoting the spirit of entrepreneurship and active citizenry through the following activities. Number one, Play Your Part Academy tour in the Eastern Cape and the Northern Cape, Gauteng, Western Cape, Mpumalanga, and the Free State provinces, where entrepreneurs were encouraged to register for the Play Your Part Academy to have access to resources that could help them in their small businesses. Play Your Part ignites multi-class, which took place in Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Northwest Province, aim to, to fuel entrepreneurial spirit within the aspiring business owners and guide them with the instruments needed for their businesses and ideas to thrive. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the second supplementary question from Honorable Detroit. Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, according to what standard is the success of Brown South Africa measured? Is it self-set goals? And is it self-monitored success? And what would the consequences to Brand South Africa be if it's not successful in its mandate? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much, President. Its success is actually incumbent upon our collective effort to ensure that we brand our nation better, that we promote patriotism, and that we work together as a nation to promote South Africa, as I've said, as a tourist destination, to ensure that global South Africans, who are abroad, play a major role in promoting the brand South Africa. So its success is it's incumbent upon us, and its failure has got far-reaching implications for the brand South Africa. I can tell you now, Chair, if we do not work together as South Africans and put our differences aside to promote brand South Africa, we will reap the rewards of our non-cooperation in the long term. So my view is that, and this is the view that is shared by all of us, that we need to work together to promote social cohesion, to promote brand South Africa, and to ensure that the inevitable does not happen, and that brand South Africa does not fail in its mandate. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We will now proceed to the next supplementary question number 3, which will come from Honorable Matebula. Honorable Matebula. Honorable Matebula of the EFF. Going. Okay. Please proceed.
Honorable Tafeni.
Please proceed.
Yes. Hey, network and share.
Please proceed with your question, Honorable Tafeni.
Okay, can we try? Sorry.
Yeah, please take your breath, breathe in, yeah, and then raise your question. This question, Honorable Tafeni, is question 152. And question 152 is a question on responsibilities of Brand SA.
Yeah, Chair. My follow-up question in question 152. Chairperson, our country's brand has been severely battered as South Africa is slowly being written off as a failed state. To date, what action have you taken to defeat corruption and regain the positive brand in South Africa? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Well, there are many efforts undertaken to ensure that those who are involved in corruption. In the first instance, the president has already established an advisory council to deal with allegations of corruption on state capture and the implementation thereof, which is something that is commendable. And we've said as government, we are committed to ensure that each time corruption rears its ugly head, it must be confronted and dealt with. We are also saying that for us to preserve the brand South Africa, we must ensure that we've got law enforcement agencies that are able to discharge their responsibilities swiftly and without hindrances, an NPA which is able to prosecute those who are in the wrong and do it expeditiously. We need to have a criminal justice system that is generally functional, because to root out corruption, you will have to deal with those who are involved in the cold phase of corruption or in the cold phase of confronting corruption, who are lawmakers. You will have to make sure that the courts, through their own administrative responsibility, discharges their responsibility without any impediments. And this is what we should be doing, should be able to strengthen our criminal system to ensure that those who are found to be in the wrong are prosecuted and that our courts are able to administer justice without fear, favor, or prejudice. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Have we lost the chairperson?
Chairperson, unmute.
Sounds
Unmute,
like that.
please.
Chairperson, you are on mute.
Deputy Chair, can you please come in?
Chairperson, can you unmute?
Thank you very much. Honorable Boshoff first. Let's find out.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, Brand South Africa is the official custodian of South Africa's national brand. This is directly from Brand SA website. Also from the website, it states it is an export-orientated economy, preferential access to numerous global markets. Above is not in dispute, Minister, and some great strides were made to ensure that South Africa indeed has a good brand and had access to one of the key global markets, the United States of America. Direct quote from the Office of the United States Trade Representative, open quote, to meet AGOA's rigorous eligibility requirements, countries must establish or make continual progress towards establishing a market-based economy, rule of law, political pluralism, and the right to due process. Additionally, countries must eliminate barriers to US trade and investment, enact policies to reduce poverty, combat corruption, and protect human rights, close quote. We are now at risk to lose access to this crucial market, with South Africa cozying up to Russia and then trying to deny it. Honourable Deputy Minister, now that we might lose the preferential access to the US market, who are you going to blame, since taking responsibility is not a strong suit of this ANC government? Thank you, Chair.
Deputy Minister.
Well, Chairperson, I do not want to regurgitate a number of positions that the South African government has been able to expatiate on the Russia-Ukraine conflict and our non-aligned position with respect to the conflict. I also do not want to regurgitate efforts that are aimed at ensuring that we bring peace amongst these countries who are in conflict with each other. All these pronouncements have been made by the minister in the presidency, by the president himself, by the minister of DECO. And I do not think that we will lose America as one of our largest trading partners, contrary to the pessimism that our non-aligned position may culminate in us losing America as the largest trading partner. I do not agree, Chair, and there's no evidence to suggest that we will certainly lose America. And I think there's a need for us to continue to promote coherent messaging, especially in the wake of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and that we do what government continues to do. We speak in unison about the need for peace to be brokered between Russia and Ukraine without us identifying with either of the sides. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, I now hand over the challenge to Honorable Lucas, who will then take us to the next set of questions. Honorable Lucas.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will immediately start and want to welcome the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. And Honorable Minister, welcome if you are there. The first question is 157, as is asked by Honorable N.E. Nkosi. You may respond.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I must apologize that I'm still on my way to Mangaung, but I'll just stop on the way and make sure that I'm still able to answer questions. Am I audible, Chair?
You are audible, Honorable Minister.
I'm in the car, so I don't know whether you want me to show my video. If you don't mind, I can switch it off.
I think you'd rather switch it off so that there can be more stability in the network. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the question from Honorable Nkosi. Yes, indeed, there is progress that has been achieved in the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. The National Council, for instance, as we speak, the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill has been tabled in Parliament, and right now the National Assembly is conducting public hearings on it. Secondly, there are 6 pieces of legislation that have been amended to strengthen the response to gender-based violence and femicide. The Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act of 2021, the Domestic Violence Amendment Act 2021, the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act 2021, just to mention those. that shows that there is progress. And also, the South African Police Service has worked intensively to reduce the backlog of cases on sexual offenses. There is progress, though they have not completely cleared it. In December 2021, 80,656 cases, that was the backlog of cases. And the latest report, which was in May 2023, indicates that there has been significant reduction. The backlog is now down to 30,828. This is still not where we should be, but there has been progress. And the department has also tried to get provinces to strengthen their monitoring work. And so we have piloted in 3 provinces a program of sending technical people to the premier's offices so that we can also be able to get reports from the provinces, and they assist the premier's office to get reports from the different departments in the province, but also to try and get reports from the municipalities in terms of what they are doing, but also in assisting them to mainstream the strategic plan into their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Can we just request that you speak a little bit closer to your mic in the ongoing responses, because the sound quality is a bit low. But we will go to Honorable Nkosi for the first follow-up question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Greetings to your good self and the Minister. Honorable Minister, thank you for your elaborate reply. We are encouraged by the work that your department is doing to deal with this scourge. Honorable Minister, in your own assessment, how much buy-in have you received from national, provincial, local municipalities to integrate the National Strategic Plan on GBV into their strategic plans, annual performance plans, and IDP? Honorable Minister, this question is informed by the fact that this is one of the key indicators not achieved as stated in the reflective report on the implementation of the NSP on GBV. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We haven't received complete buy-in, but the process of buying in, I think, is happening. And also, this year, we are going to roll out the technical experts. We're going to send them to the other provinces, because at the moment, we only have them in 3 provinces. So we're going to send them to the other 6 provinces to try and ensure that the NSP is indeed integrated into the work of the provinces and municipalities. But I would be the first to say we haven't got 100% buy-in. We are still working to.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Christians, yours will be the second follow-up.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I will be standing in for Honorable Christians. Her bandwidth is really not up to scratch. Good afternoon, Honourable Minister. While the intentions of the establishment of the GBVF Response Fund is commendable, it is concerning to note that despite significant pledges and collections amounting to 162 million, there has been no noticeable decrease in gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. Given the admitted slow implementation of the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide National Strategic Plan and the need for actionable plans and detailed performance indicators, what steps has the department taken to ensure wider consultation with experts and stakeholders in order to address the criticism regarding the identification of GBV&F hotspots by SAPS? Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for that question. In order to do what the Honourable Member is asking, from our side, we're working very closely with SALGA and Ncop to establish multiple stakeholder rapid response teams. At the moment, we have established 34 of them in some of the hotspots. And this year, we have decided that we are going to work with the multiple stakeholders to make sure that those rapid response teams work well and efficiently. For instance, we also work with private sector, for instance, and municipalities. If, for instance, women were to say in this area, it is dark, there are no lights, and this place is a danger to us, we then try and get the municipalities or even the private sector to ensure that they can put on the lights so that the place is a bit safer. So those are some of the things that we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Next follow-up will be on the Honourable De Bruin. Honourable De Bruin.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, with regards to the collaboration between departments and other organizations, you have covered my question, but I will ask what specific mechanisms and strategies are being utilized to monitor and evaluate the impact of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide? And is there any data available to measure the effectiveness of the various interventions and initiatives that's taken? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think it's important to realize that as government and as our department,
We've lost you, Minister. Can you speak closer to the mic, please?
Can you hear me now? Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yes, I was saying that as a department, we have to work with all other departments and other stakeholders because it's not something that we can do alone. And so the data will come from the police and from other stakeholders. But indeed, we are working with others, including premiers, offices, and other stakeholders, SALGA, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. The last follow-up in this question will be from Honourable Dlamini. Honourable Dlamini Mbali.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what is the relationship between the ministry and traditional leaders when it comes to traditional courts? Of course, traditional courts are restorative in nature, but sometimes the restoration comes at the expense of the justice of women. So is there any engagement there, or how then they conduct cases when they want to intervene especially in matters of domestic violence. That's question number 1. And Minister, okunye ukuthi kunamacala ahlala isikhathi eside lapho kungagwetshwa khona. There's a serious concern of non-conviction for GBVF cases. And if the ministry has gathered a database of which cases are those and are there engagements with justice to ensure or to find out what the delay is, because as the saying is correctly stated, that justice delayed is justice denied. And there are a lot of women who are encountering a delayed sense of justice. And what is the intervention from the ministry in that regard? And then lastly, Minister, in terms of facilities, efana nabo SASSA, efana nabo masipala, efana ne police station nakhona na inkantolo, in terms of access for people living with disability, and what are the engagements that are happening to ensure that there's an ease for people living with disabilities when they want to access such government institutions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
I'll try and answer the question, though some of the questions do not arise from the original question, but I'll try and answer them.
Definitely.
One, traditional courts, of course, we as a department, we interact with everyone. That's why I was saying we interact with COCTA, we interact with SALGA.
We are losing you again, Minister.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm saying that, as I said at the beginning, we interact with everyone because alone as a department, we don't have authority on many of the areas that the honorable member is mentioning. That's why we work with COCTA. That's why we work with justice, with the police. We work with everyone to try and improve the interventions and to try and get cases to move. We always in touch with justice, with the police, sometimes with police stations, to try and ensure that women get help when they need it, and persons with disability obviously should get help when they need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. They dealt with question 157. We are now on question 164. Minister, you may respond.
Okay, thank you very much to Honorable Bacher for that question. Let me say that my response is that in addressing the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide requires all of us, every single citizen of South Africa must participate. It cannot be a single department. It cannot be just government alone. Everyone, they participate in trying to eliminate this scourge. And it is for that reason that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability collaborates with key stakeholders to create a safer and a more supportive environment for women in South Africa. As I said even earlier, that we work through SALGA, we have created these 34 rapid response teams. And they are very important because in many areas, especially in the hotspots, as was said earlier, the response sometimes of the police is slow. Sometimes even when women get to the police station, the attention is not so quick. So these rapid response teams are going to assist. Furthermore, in partnership with SALGA, the department inducted some of the councillors in how to handle and lead the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, and also the implementation of the NSP. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up will be Honorable Baha. Honorable Baha, you may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you, Minister, for your response. Minister, as a new entrant within the department, you might have noticed that there is a shortage of shelters and support structures in place for gender-based violence victims. How does your department plan to assist the specified victims, especially in the rural outskirts of the country where there are no shelters? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. First, we work closely with social development. And of course, as a department, I wish Honorable Baha, when we were doing our budget, you would have said that you will work with us to get more budget so that we can do some of the things that you are talking about. Because indeed, shelters are important, but we also work with health so that clinics are also available for people when they need help, and police stations as well. So, and Tutuzela centers. So we try and utilize what is there, because with our budget as this department, we cannot be able to build new shelters, but we can work with what exists and with departments that have the capacity to work to build shelters like social development and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up will be from Honorable Mutsamai. Thank you.
Seemo sa botlhokatiro mo South Africa se tswelela ka go ya godimo.
Honorable Mutsamai.
Thank you,
Your audio is very weak. Come closer, please.
I'm audible, Chair.
You are now, yes.
Yes. Selo sa botlhokatiro sa Afrika Borwa se setse se le kwa godimo thata mo lefatsheng lena. Mme e setse e le nnete mo bathong ba rona morago ga dingwaga di feta 30. Ke mananeo afe a tona a simolotseng go ithusa bašwa go ntsha dithuto tsa selegae ka fa go kgonagalang gore bašwa ba ka le makgolokgolo ba dirisiweng le go tswa mo bothateng bo ba go tlhoka ditiro jaaka bo etsagala tjena. Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ke na le bothata ba motlakase.
Thank you, Honorable Mutsamai. Minister?
Are we still on gender-based violence, Honorable Chair? Or are we now on the next one?
Yeah, because this is not necessarily part of this question. And I think since you will be responding to issues of youth and unemployment and so on, maybe we can go to the next question. And then when you respond, you can also incorporate the issues of Honorable Mutsamai. Or to the next follow-up question. In the next question, you will possibly incorporate that. Because from what I can sense, you were speaking about the youth, and there is 2 questions about the youth and unemployment and all of that that will be following. Honorable Mutsamai. So we will be going to Honorable Njadu for the next follow-up.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Deputy Chair, having reviewed, Honorable Minister, the Honorable Minister, having reviewed the available statistics, we noticed that there was underreporting during the COVID-19 years, where women and children were most vulnerable. We know most of the GBV crimes happened within homes. That being said, Honorable Minister, are there any street level interventions that the government will initiate to encourage families and neighbors to report suspected GBV crime and encourage victims themselves to report these crimes? Thank you very, very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
You are correct that this happens in homes, and therefore everyone should encourage every other person to not keep silent on GBV. But the rapid response teams is also trying to address that, because the stakeholders include people who live in the neighborhoods. So it's trying to make sure that people in the neighborhood are aware of gender-based violence and what to do when there is gender-based violence or when there is a possibility of gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Khadebe, may I ask the next follow-up?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. The Honorable Minister partly covered the question, but I will ask the question that I wanted to ask. That the social stigma and lack of enough accessibility, accessible resources, such as Tutuzela Care Centers, coupled with the inappropriate training of the government officials in some sectors, is what often forces women and marginalized groups to not report cases of abuse. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister then that what new partnerships is the Honorable Minister's Department currently planning on undertaking to specifically encourage more and more women and marginalized groups to come to the front. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Khadebe, Minister.
Thank you very much. Of course, we have to partner with community organizations, but also work more closely with the police, because at the end of the day, they report to the police, and the police must treat them with dignity so that when they go there, they don't feel that they are being abused again. So the training of the police themselves is also very important. But we are also partnering with other organizations like the Good Men Foundation, which is a foundation that is trying to encourage men to do what is good, which is fight gender-based violence and not be involved in gender-based violence. And also we'll work closely with the Men's Parliament, which is also trying to do that, and many other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And that dealt with question 164. We will now go to question 158 as asked by Honorable Mr. Ayn Tsube. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the Honorable and for the question. My response is, am I still audible, Chair?
You are audible, Honorable Minister.
Okay. I've just arrived at my destination. Can you give me a second to just get into the house so that I can have a better...
Yes, yes, it will also assist us. So you have that second.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. My answer is that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability has adopted an all of government and all of society approach to livelihood restoration, wealth creation, poverty, hunger alleviation for young people, and of course, women and persons with disability through special projects that will be rolled out in the course of the year. But I want to also remind honorable members that our budget is about $1 billion and more than 700 million of that goes to NYDA. So obviously the majority of that money goes to NYDA to assist the youth in dealing with unemployment. And this year, the NYDA is going to be training more than 25,000 young people to be youth entrepreneurs. And 2,000 youth-owned entrepreneurs will receive financial assistance through the NYDA grant.
Minister, can you come closer to the mic? We can't hear you now. We don't hear you.
Maybe the minister should get back in the car, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Honorable Brother said the day was very long. Please, on some more of your joke, ma.
I'm not at home. I'm in the hotel. Let me just check quickly with their Wi-Fi. You still can't hear me?
We hear you now. I'm sorry, we hear you now.
Okay. I'm not sure when you lost me, but I'm still talking about the NYDA and their program. 10,000 young people will be placed in jobs through the National Pathway Management Network. 50,000 young people will be recruited in the structured National Youth Service, where young people will earn an income, learn skills, and increase their employability and offer meaningful quality service to their communities. 200 young people will also be trained in the last mile delivery service, and they will be provided with motorbikes so that they are able to get jobs in terms of delivering. Now, coming back to the department, aside from what NYDA will be doing, we are going to be, at the moment, we are in discussions with the National Defense Force, because we think the National Defense Force can assist us with a meaningful national youth service, because there are no skills that don't exist in the National Defense Force. So we'd like the Defense Force to train and skill young people in a variety of sectors, because a lot of our young people are unemployable because they don't have the skills that industry needs. So the Defense Force will be now contributing to the skills revolution, and we want it to be the skills to industry. So that's one of the areas we are going to be embarking on this year. And we have signed an MOU with a baking company to impart baking skills on young people so that they can bake from bread to wedding cakes, because those products will always be in demand in communities, but also in industry. We are also partnering with some stakeholders who are involved in training young people, women, persons with disability, and also communities in integrated agriculture. And it will be integrated agriculture cooperatives, so that in a village, people can grow something. If they grow spinach, for instance, then they can use the economies of scale to access market and to bargain. So that's one of the things we're doing. We're also involved with the cooperative banking institution, with the Cooperative Bank Development Agency, because we want to establish a cooperative banking institution. So these are some of the things that we will be doing this year to try and get young people to be employable, to be employed, to get necessary skills for industry.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ncube, you have a follow-up?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. With utmost respect, I will request not to switch on the video. I'm experiencing a network problem with me.
It's fine. Continue.
Okay, Chair. No, thanks, the Minister. I think your answer is really befitting. Chairperson, it is a fact that unemployment has reached an alarming rate, linked to the cost of living. The cost of living is increasing, thereby contributing to the increasing level of poverty among young people and the youth in particular. Honorable Minister, with the level of unemployment so high, what else needs to be done to encourage young people to grab some of the opportunities that you have mentioned? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think young people should try and inform themselves in terms of what is available out there, not only in our department, but also in different departments, but also in the private sector. There is also a platform that NYDA has created, which is free, which is also that will assist young people if they go onto that platform with Mobi. They can go onto that platform, they can put their CVs, and they could look around in that platform, whether they want training, whether they want jobs. And if they put their CVs, they will be also assisted in order to get jobs around where they live or elsewhere. So information is very important, and we're trying to cascade this information through various media platforms so that young people may know. For instance, tomorrow, instead of June 16 being just the normal speeches and then people go home, there'll be different exhibitions which youth must then visit and see what possibilities are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The next follow-up will be by the Honorable M. De Bruin.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, in terms of private sector's involvement, what strategies are being implemented to encourage businesses, both large and small, to create more job opportunities for young people? And are there any incentives or support systems in place to incentivize the private sector organizations to invest in youth employment and skills development? Thank you.
Thank you,
Honorable Minister. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
I see there are incentives. I may not have them right now. I know DTIC does give incentives to some businesses, and also we're encouraging businesses to also be involved using some of their social responsibility funds to skill young people so that they can also get them jobs. So through this, I think if through the TIC, there are some incentives. I may not know all of them right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up will be, it would have been Honorable Christians. Honorable Boshoff, is it you again? Honorable Christians, Honorable Boshoff, who the one of you that will take that question? Let us continue. Let us continue. If we don't get a response there, can we then? Honorable Protestant, do you have the question? But your audibility is very, very low. So we can come back. Let us go to Honorable Moletsane. We will come back to Honorable Protestant while he fixes his issues. Honorable Moletsane.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, what method is your department using to make sure that the opportunities of skills development and work opportunities reach those who stays in remote areas, like rural places and small towns, so that they are able to benefit on the opportunities created by your department also? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Moletsane. Minister. Honorable Minister.
Am I audible?
You are now.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We use media, for instance, radio reaches almost everyone, even in the rural areas. But we also hope as we speak to honorable members, they also go to their constituencies and inform young people about the opportunities that exist. It cannot be that this department only that should do that. Honorable members have that responsibility as well. But we also work with SALGA, with COCTA, because we think municipalities should also be able to inform young people in their wards, in their municipalities about the opportunities that exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ryder, will you be taking the question for Honorable Christians? Can you unmute, Honorable Ryder? Can you unmute, please?
Yes, if I may take it, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
You may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So tomorrow is exactly 47 years since the 1976 youth uprising in Soweto, when the youth stood up. The youth that stood up 47 years ago played a crucial role in South Africa transitioning into a democratic state. Considering the alarming increase in youth unemployment rates as highlighted by the recent Statistics South Africa report, with the first quarter of 2023 results showing that the total number of unemployed youth aged between 15 and 34 increased by 241,000 to 4.9 million unemployed. This resulted in an increase in youth unemployment rate by 1.1 percentage points to just under 47%. 47% unemployment for the youth, 47 years after the youth stood up for South Africa. This is how the ANC government honors the youth of 1976. What measures, Minister, will be implemented to ensure that these initiatives are sustainable and yield tangible results in reducing youth unemployment rate in South Africa? Or will we have a 48% youth unemployment rate next year and a 49% the year thereafter?
Honorable Minister, may respond.
The ANC does not honor the youth of 1976 in the way that you are putting it. The ANC honored the young people by making education accessible when during apartheid, education was only free for white kids and compulsory for white kids. So we can't say this is how the ANC honors the youth. Education is now accessible to all young people, including going to tertiary institutions for young people who come from poor and working class families. During apartheid, we must remind ourselves, we couldn't even go to vets, even if you had passed with all A's, because those institutions were only for white people. So the ANC has honored the youth by ensuring that they can go to any institution in South Africa where they can learn. And it is for this reason that we are saying that the Defense Force must skill, because you won't get jobs, you won't reduce unemployment unless you skill young people so that they can get jobs or create jobs. So we're not looking only for people who are going to be job seekers, but also job creators. And that's why we're putting these new measures to make sure that we decrease youth unemployment, but also we increase youth who can, for instance, be in agriculture, produce eggs, chickens, goats, who can produce vegetables and earn a living and create wealth for themselves. Thank you.
How's it working out for you?
Honorable Minister. Can we continue? And I will request now that you respond to question 146 as put by the Honorable S.B. Leahy. Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Thank you to Honorable Leahy for the question. In line with Pillar 9 of the White Paper on the Rights of Persons with Disability, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability has developed 4 frameworks to guide the implementation and promote the rights of persons with disabilities, and to strengthen the policy and legislative environment to reduce the institutional biasness against persons with disability. The frameworks on reasonable accommodation, universal design, access and awareness raising campaigns have been developed, approved, gazetted, and published. The self-representation framework is undergoing final processes towards gazetting and publishing. Awareness raising workshops were conducted at the national and provincial levels to empower the duty bearers, government departments, and rights holders who are working with persons with disability organizations at the national and provincial levels, with the objective of mainstreaming for disability inclusion through these frameworks. The department has also reiterated the need to strengthen the institutionalization of departmental disability forums as part of the stakeholder engagement forums to consult, plan, support, and implement programs and services relevant for persons with disability. We also continue to intensify awareness raising on all policies and disabilities to deal with the attitudinal barriers in platforms where we engage with departments and society. We also try and recognize excellence amongst persons with disability and encourage their participation in all areas of human endeavor. For instance, on Sunday, we went to see the Team South Africa for the Special Olympics that was leaving for Berlin. And they were very happy that South Africa was recognizing them, and we were all at the airport to see them off. And I hope we'll all be at the airport to see them when they come back after the games. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Lehihi, your follow-up.
Thank you, Chairperson. One of the biggest challenges in the employment of persons with disability are stereotypes, which contribute persons with disabilities being unfairly discriminated against in the country. Which initiatives has the Minister taken to combat such attitudes, as such barriers are not overcome simply through laws?
Thank you, Honorable Lehihi. Minister.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
I think the honorable member is correct. Stereotypes, you can't legislate against stereotypes. You can't legislate against attitudes, but we have to keep educating the population wherever possible. That's why I said earlier we were having workshops.
Yeah. So
that's why I
I'm very
was saying.
Sorry, Honorable Minister. Yeah, you may continue. Someone just now interrupted
Yes,
you.
that's why I was saying we have workshops, we have forums to try and make sure that people understand that persons with disability should be treated with dignity. They should be treated in the way that we all want to be treated. But I also want to say to honorable member and members, it's not the responsibility of this department alone. All of us, wherever we are, must try and change those attitudes and stereotypes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We can continue, and the next follow-up will be from Honorable Baha. Honorable Baha.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, what efforts and means are undertaken by your department to ensure that people with disabilities get employment opportunities, and what penalties, if there are any, that are imposed for failure to comply with such? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable.
Thank you very much. As I said, we are an advocacy department. We create guidelines, we advocate, but we do not have the authority or the mandate to impose penalties. We are working with government, but with also stakeholders to try and ensure that people understand that persons with disability need employment just like everyone else. And also, we are advocating for the set aside or for preferential procurement, for instance, for persons with disability, so that at least 7% of procurement of government and SOEs should be for persons with disability. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up was be by Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Minister, although on paper there might be solutions to this issue, but persons living with disabilities are often not able to thrive in their workplace due to inaccessible buildings and facilities that do not accommodate them. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, what steps has the department taken to encourage all government office buildings to be accessible and accommodate and be user-friendly to the needs of persons living with disabilities? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. Minister.
Honorable Hadebe. Earlier, I said that we have developed and gazetted a framework on universal design and access. And that framework is to try and get people who design any building to ensure that access for persons with disability is there. We are advocating not only in government, but also with the private sector, that everywhere there should be ramps, there should be ways of ensuring that persons with disability can access any place. But I think honorable members should also help us, because they have also a lot of strengths in communities, even in calling people to account to Parliament if they are not doing what they should do. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up will be Honorable Nchabeleng. Honorable Nchabeleng.
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response. It is evident from your responses that the democratic government of the ANC cares about the. Sorry about that. It is evident from your responses that the democratic government of the ANC cares about the rights of persons with disabilities. Now, with all the legislative framework enacted, what are some of the challenges with the enforcement of legislation, regulations, norms, and standards to prevent prejudices against persons with disabilities? Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
And thank you very much.
Yes,
I think what is also important is to educate, inform, even families, because some of the families also sometimes still feel ashamed if they have a person with disability, instead of seeking help properly, and they hide sometimes the children. So I think it's important that families, communities are informed, and also at schools are also, because some of the children with disability go to normal schools, of course some go to special schools, and employers, everyone, I think we should now be informing them and making sure that they do adhere to what is expected. But maybe we should also, as I said, a procurement from persons with disability, but maybe also we should try and talk to TTIC, maybe to also have some incentives for companies that one employ persons with disability. And yeah, we need now to just ensure that people know, people are informed, and people are encouraged to do what is best, because legislation is there and frameworks are there. Thank you. And also,
Honorable.
I think days ago, it was International Day for Persons with Albinism. And I think we should also commemorate days like that, so that we do inform, and Parliament should, I encourage also Parliament to commemorate days like that, because people listen to Parliament. And we know that persons with albinism live in fear, because there's this new thing about people wanting to harm them because they think they'll get luck or something strange. So I think we should all participate in spreading the message. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We are now going to go to question 165, as asked by Honorable Baha. I know you have elaborated on the issues of the youth and the programs, but you have also on the issues of persons with disabilities, but you have also put some other elements like the one on graduates and women. So I don't know, Honorable Minister or Honorable Baha, do you feel it was adequately responded to your question, or do you still want the Minister to respond? Honorable Baha. Honorable Baha. So let us continue, Minister. You may respond for the benefit of everyone if there is anything else that you will add to what you have already said.
Okay, thank you very much. The department, in its mainstreaming of women, youth, and persons with disability, is also advocating in government and SOEs for the set aside or preferential procurement, 40% for women, 30% for youth, and as I said, 7% for persons with disability. This is done also to ensure that we are able to disaggregate according to gender, age, and disability, how government is procuring. And I don't want to bore you with the other things like the Defense Force that I spoke about, that is going to be training young people. When it comes to graduates, and let me say that we also encourage graduates to use the NYDA platform, the MOBI platform, to put on their CVs in that platform, because they can be directed to where they can get jobs. But also, part of the problem with unemployed graduates is that some of them lack experience. That's why government, the ANC government, has now said that for entry level, you don't need to have experience into the civil service. But also you find engineers who have finished their training, but they have not done sufficient practicals to be registered. So part of the conversation, and in fact, when I was in Kokta, MISA was taking a number of these engineers and training them and giving them practical experience so that they can be registered. And once they are registered, it's easy for them to do their work or to be employed. So these are some of the things that we should be doing to ensure that graduates are employed, but that government also takes interns into departments so that we give them the opportunity to work for a stipend, and also whilst they are there, they can then see the opportunities and apply, and a lot of them do get absorbed when it comes to graduates. But we are also going to encourage some of them to get into, to take up the opportunities of co-ops and businesses, and also reskilling in areas which are in demand in the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Baha, your follow-up.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Let me apologize. I was trying to press, but I didn't know where to touch when you wanted to ask me a question. Thank you, Minister, for your question, for your response, sorry. Minister, we have seen rising numbers of the unemployed. Is the department really concerned about this situation? And if so, what measures are taken with departments that are yet to sign memorandum of understanding with this department to address this challenge? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Baha. Honorable Minister.
Of course, we are concerned about unemployment. And I've said a lot about what we are trying to do. But we are also working with DPME to try and get the departments, even before they submit their APPs, to include programs that will assist in dealing with this. And also working with DPME to make sure that when they do have targets, they do meet with them. They do meet those targets. But we're also working with other departments, as I said, small business, who can assist in this, and working with other departments who can do what needs to be done to employ or to increase the employability of young people.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up will be from Honorable De Bruin.
Good evening, Chair. Honorable Brian is experiencing technical difficulty. If I can handle the question on his behalf, please, is the Dwayne.
You may continue, SF.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, to start off with, I think you mentioning the fact that you assisted with the training of graduates when you were at Kokta, and boasting on that specific matter is not something to boast about, because millions of people lost their jobs as a result of the regulations that were imposed by you when you were the Minister of Local Government. But let's get back to the question. Minister, considering the unique challenges faced by the young individuals during the COVID-19 pandemic, how has your ministry adjusted its policies and programs to mitigate the impact of unemployment on the youth population? Are there any specific support systems in place to cater for those who have been most severely affected? Minister, could you please shed some light on the collaboration between your ministry and the relevant stakeholders, such as educational institutions, the private sector, organizations, and NGOs aiming to combat youth unemployment? And how are these partnerships contributing to creating employment opportunities and providing the necessary skills for young job seekers since so many South Africans' futures were demolished by the regulations of COVID that were imposed by you. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Chair, I take exception
Honourable Minister.
to that kind of.
Yes,
language.
Minister.
I take
We,
exception.
we can't hear you clearly.
I'm saying I take exception to that.
We can't hear you clearly.
Oh, I don't know. You
Yes,
can't hear.
yes, Honourable Minister, I
You
agree
can't
with you, and you've got a right to take exception because you are a minister in a collective, and whatever you do in your official capacity can be something that can be brought to you personally.
Well,
So
if
I
the
would
shoe
really
fits,
want the
Honourable
Honourable
Chair,
Detoy to rephrase.
if the shoe fits, the minister must definitely
Yeah, I would.
wear it.
Honourable Detoy, I'm Honourable Detoy. I'm calling you into order. I'm really calling you into order, and you know what it means. So I accept the fact that the minister take exception, and I won't force you to apologize or do anything. But I want to say I actually agree with the minister that she's got a right to take exception.
Well,
Honourable Minister.
As a result, Deputy Chair, I will not.
Honourable
occupy that.
I don't know whether you don't read the rules. I don't know whether you don't read the rules. I ruled that what you have said is totally out of order, and I want you to respect that ruling. That's all that I'm asking from you. Honourable Minister, you don't have to respond to that thing. If there is anything that you want to respond to in that question, you may, but I rule that it was out of order.
I'm not.
You may continue, Honourable Minister.
He knows what he's doing. He knows it's wrong. I will not respond. Thank you.
Honourable Mutsamai, you will be the next one to ask the follow-up question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, South African employment rate has remained the highest in the world, and it has remained a reality of our people for our 3 decades. Which program has the minister initiated to assist young people produce local goods, as localization is the most practical way to get hundreds of young people working and out of this current crisis of unemployment? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mutsamai. Minister, I hope you got the question.
Yes, I got the question. Honourable Mutsamai, that's why I said earlier that we are embarking, for instance, on the integrated farming cooperatives. And also, beyond the farming cooperatives, South Africans, for instance, slaughter almost every weekend. There are people who are slaughtering. So I think we should go into that. We should develop a tanning industry, which can then produce leather goods. And we should also, if young people rear Angora goats, we can start weaving. And there are lots of things that we can do from just agriculture and produce and process the agricultural products. But also, we must also remember that now there's going to be the African free trade. And we must we want to prepare our young people to be able to take advantage of that. This weekend, on Saturday, I'll be going to Ghana. One of the things I'll be doing there is to meet with the CEO for the Africa Free Trade to see how youth and women can take advantage of Africa Free Trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Njadu, you will be the last on that question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, good evening once. Honorable Minister, whether there are any consequence for governments and companies are not complying with the set targets. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Njadu. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, as a department, we don't have the authority to impose consequences on other departments. And I'm sure you understand that. But we would be very happy if there were consequences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are going to the last question. There is question 159. It's also almost similar to the one of Honorable Lihihi. Honorable Minister, is there anything else that you want to add with regards to the same issues that maybe you haven't addressed with regards to the question asked by Honorable Ndongeni?
Maybe I can just add a few things. For instance, to say that we are making sure that we get national and provincial spheres of government to comply with the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, and also the UN Convention on the rights of persons with disabilities. And we are also happy that the sign language is now going to be the 12th official language. And we would like it to be mainstreamed so that it can be used and people who are deaf can be able to communicate a bit more freely with other people. We also want to say that between the 3rd of November and the 3rd of December, in that month, it's the Disability Rights Awareness Month. And we hope that this August House will also have programs during that month. Not only during that month, they can have programs anytime, but particularly during that month to highlight the challenges, the gaps, the achievements with all the stakeholders for persons with disability. I hope that we will all be together in that. I think the other things I've already spoken about. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ndongeni, do you have any follow-up?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, you may continue.
Okay, Chair. Minister, thank you about the information you have gave us. But I've just one question, if possible, about your department. Is that, can your department will make sure that there is a coordination and uniformity of the approach at provincial and local government level on the implementation and monitoring of these programs? I know it's not easy, but if there's something you can do. Thanks, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much. We try to work with the provinces, but as you know, there are no MECs directly linking with this department in the provinces. So we try to link with the premier's offices. It's not always easy. We also try and link up with Salga, but it's not easy. We'll keep trying. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Hadebe, you are the next.
Chairperson, Honorable Minister, I would like to know if your department has a tracking tool to identify challenges and to guide the redesigns of programs that have not been sufficient, that have not seen sufficient success in achieving their targets. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. We don't have a specific tool, but we do track what is happening in departments. And that's why we would know that some departments have not reached their targets. And we will know that some SOEs have not reached their targets. We are not using a special tool, but we are getting reports from these departments to monitor what is going on. And then we report to cabinet, because at the end of the day, that's where the decisions are taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Lehihi, you will be the next.
Persons with disabilities continue to face barriers in their participation as equal members of society and continue to experience a number of interrelated challenges in accessing their rights. Which measures have you put in place to ensure that policies are also implemented in the most rural parts of the country, where persons with disabilities tend to face more challenges than those living in the urban areas, are often left behind in rural areas and are often left behind in rural development interventions? Thank you,
Thank you, Honorable Lehi. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Lehi. The people who in government, we have the local government that is wall to wall. So we try and work with them through COGTA, through SALGA, because they are the ones who are there in the rural areas. But we ourselves also do go there and work with NGOs who work with persons with disability. We go there, we visit some of the special schools and so on. So we also go there ourselves, but obviously we are very thin on the ground. We can't cover, unlike local government that has officials all over the rural areas and urban areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Baha, you will be the last one.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, people who have zero hurdles in this country are suffering, and the case is even worse for people living with disabilities. Policies on disability management exist in departments, but mainly for compliance. How will the ministry ensure that people living with disabilities benefit actively from these policies, and that it is not just a tick box exercise as it is currently? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Baha. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. As I said, we monitor and we take things to cabinet, but we also are part of the awareness. I was at the graduation of in one of the blind schools for the blind, and seeing what challenges they have, but also recognizing their achievements. And I think it's important. Sometimes we stress on the negative all the time, whereas, and then people, when they think of disability, they think negativity. But there are lots of positive things that are coming out of persons with disability. And we must recognize that, we must celebrate that. We must celebrate when they go and on athletic and they win. We celebrate when they are working, when they do things. So I think we must have a balanced narrative about persons with disability. We must recognize, celebrate their excellence whilst advocating for their rights and ensuring that they are not treated badly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable delegates, let me once again thank the Minister, MECs, permanent and special delegates that availed themselves for the sitting. I want to wish you all a fruitful commemoration of Youth Day tomorrow. And then also, honorable delegates, let us conclude the business of the day. It was a long day and the House stands adjourned. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thanks, my dear. You look beautiful, Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Mommy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.